understand that the honorable member wants us perhaps to put a recommendation that says how these targets will be achieved, the ones which were not achieved, and what were the issues. And if you look at Q4, the tables, they indicate the last column in those tables indicates the issues that they've raised, that this the plan, how they intend to achieve the targets that they did not achieve. So I think that in that sense, I feel that that is partially covered, but we can strengthen it within the resolutions just to get more information, as well as to show that the committee is really concerned with some of the targets that were not achieved. And then in terms of water debt recovery, we need to, I fully understand that we need perhaps to make a strong recommendation. But if you look at the meeting that we are going to have tonight with National Treasury, part of that meeting, in addition to the metropolitan system presentation, they are going also to address the issue of how they are addressing the water debts. And once that is done, then members will also have another opportunity now to make resolutions in terms of assisting the departments or the municipality and the entities to recover these water debts. So once we have got the view of the National Treasury, then as a committee, we will have now a firm standing in terms of discussing the way forward. Because for me also, I feel that the resolution around the debts recovery, it's not sufficient, but partly because there is gap in the information. So that gap is going to be addressed tonight. So that's when we will be able to get a full picture of what is going to happen. And in terms of the Amatola water issue, that one, of course, Chairperson, you have addressed that one. Honorable Ditebe, I think if you look in the report, I didn't get the full gist of your explanation, but I think you were talking about the causes of the water debts, that it's not necessarily that there is lack of money. And if you go through, because I didn't read verbatim the report does explain that some of the issues are because of poor management within the municipalities. For an example, in Machabeng, where there is poor governance in general. So it's one of those issues. But obviously, honorable member, you can also add another resolution just to strengthen that or the content. So the report is still open for additions. So members feel free to add where possible. So you can send the text to me, then I can add. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Temani. Honorable Ditebe, is it the old hand, or would you like to say something else?
Yeah, Chair, no, it's something else that I wanted to say earlier. Chair,
yeah.
Just in respect of the villages, remember there are 55 villages, right? And the number of villages that are now receiving water, is it 9 villages or 25? Just so that if we got 9 villages and we say 25, then it might be a problem in our report. But I'm not saying for certain that it is 20, it is 9. I just want to know, where are we set in terms of those villages? Remember, they source this water from the Nandoni Dam, and there's a pipeline for raw water, but there's also another one for treated water, and there's the issue of reticulation on the other side. So how many villages? Is it 5, 9, or 25? That's my question.
Okay, so Temani, can we just address that? I'm first going to ask Honorable Matlala.
Yeah, okay, can I start? Yeah. No, thanks so much, Secretary. I also want to re-emphasize on what Mr. Ditebe has spoken about that now. Let us be clear. And let us not forget also that the committee raised their concerns on this issue, because the last time when we were there during the oversight, we were told that the communities, the 25 villages will receive water by the end of March that year. But still now, I think now we are told of 9 villages. There's another delay. We must raise our frustration in that regard, Chairperson. And then the last is, Chairperson, the implementation of ministerial trust scheme is proper. Is I think a good step towards correct direction, but they should also be empowered to engage directly with municipalities to address the water debt crisis, ensuring that commitment made by municipalities are monitored and enforced. And let me just add another thing on the, I saw the report also suggests various measures to address the water debt crisis, highlighting the importance of stakeholder engagement. However, it is critical to assess whether these engagements are genuinely inclusive, and if they account for the voices of the marginalized communities often affected by water service failures. The focus should not only be on financial recovery, but also on enhancing community participation in decision-making processes regarding water management. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, can I ask if we take up this Tumani into this report, and then just before or just tonight when we finish with our meeting, then approve the this report. So if Honourable Ditebe, if you can just forward your recommendations that you would like to add, and Tumani, if you can clarify, I think Honourable Matlala has already clarified it is 9. They talk about 25. But we will scrutinize that when we meet the department in a few minutes' time on Giyani. We'll get more clarity on that. But Tumani, if you can maybe just amend these questions that's been asked, and then we can, after our meeting tonight, we can just then finally approve the amended list. Is that in order, Tumani?
Chairperson, thank you. The issue around the villages, at the meeting, they said 24 they were receiving water, but obviously then even I think undertook to send a report in that regard, but we will get the information like in few minutes time. So the process is that, Chairperson, insofar as this report is concerned, the committee has to adopt on condition that there will be these additions.
Yeah. Can we, colleagues, can I ask if we can adopt with the additions, and then we can, Tumani will send them out so we can maybe, if we're not happy tonight, we can just talk about that again. But can we, as Tumani has requested, approve this report on condition that we've made these amendments? Can I get someone to adopt the report with amendments?
Sir?
Rebecca?
Yes, before the amendment, I mean before the adoption with an amendment, I'm still concerned about the explanation that Giyani gave us in terms of the resolution number 1. I think it's resolution number 1 on the, what was that? On the engagement with SALGA. I'm still not happy about it. There's no clarity. The clarity, the way this thing is being clarified, and the coherence doesn't make sense at all. So are we saying, are we saying if we have issues with the Department of Rural Development, we can't engage them because it's an outside institution? Because for saying that we are waiting for a committee, we're making this institution, I mean the portfolio committee, very, very, I think, I don't know how to explain it, but we just making the portfolio committee to not to be respected, because we can't say that we are waiting for a resolution to engage another department of within the same. Where is intergovernmental relations? Where is the DDM, the district development measures that we normally speak about? For us to wait for a report, an adoption of a report, this thing in future is going to destroy us, because the communities will be facing problems, and we had to wait for us to adopt the report. I think we must rephrase it otherwise, not what we are saying today. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Matlala, can we rephrase it that the Portfolio Committee will invite SALGA to come make a presentation to the Portfolio Committee so that we could also scrutinize their work they do to make sure that municipalities pay? Can we change it in that way?
No, it's better that way, not to wait to engage with them. Yeah, no, that way is better.
Would you change it that way, please?
Noted. Thank you, Chairperson.
All right. Honorable Ditebe, your hand is up again.
Chairperson, you had asked who it is that's recommending adoption of the report with those provisos. So I had raised my hand at that time to do exactly that, which I do now with the input that's been made by Honorable Mhlala. So yeah, look, we have obviously some things we may not have to change that much in terms of substance. We do understand that. I'm saying, yes, we should adopt with those provisos that have been spelled out.
Thank you very, very much. Is there a seconder? Can I get someone to second?
Chair, I second.
Okay, Honorable Kobe, thank you very much. Can we then move to the second report, please, Tumani? I see Tumani. Can we move to the second report? Could it be flighted, please?
The second report, Chairperson, it's which one is it? Is the, let me quickly go to
the first quarter report that we also dealt with.
Oh no, Chairperson, we are done. The report that we have adopted, it includes three reports.
All right. My apology.
Yes.
All right. So is the work that we had to do concluded now?
Yes, it's concluded. Yes, thank you, Chairperson.
Can you please make the amendments as we have approved and then resend this to all the members?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. We'll do that. If I may also request that I can't remember exactly. I think Honorable Ditebe is going to send me something, but I think from let's see. Yeah, I think that is the gist of the matter that we'll have to do. But anyway, I have paraphrased. So, but anyway, if then I didn't capture them properly, members will be able to tell me. So the Honorable Ditebe don't have to send me anything. I have captured the summary. So, but anyway, I will share the report. Then we will have to engage individually directly with regard to the additions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ditebe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just on something that I raised earlier when we started with the work of our committee. Before the report is shared with us, of the software that's available out there on the net, I think the entry level of Grammarly will help if you put your whole text through it. I think even the one that's not subscribed to financially, but then if depending on the rules, of Parliament, because some of these softwares, I don't want us to use ChatGPT just for purposes of editing grammar, punctuation, syntax, and stuff like that, not really substantive stuff. If we could just every time ask Tumani to put the whole text of the report through just the basic version of Grammarly. I think Grammarly is better than ChatGPT because there are many others, so that by the time we adopt a report, we don't waste time saying this should be includes and not include because of the way it's structured and so forth. So I'm just proposing that we do that, if it could be one of those things that we do as part of our work, just to clean our reports. Remember, we will have a legacy report later. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, Tumani, would you please look at that? May I then ask, while we've got a few minutes, whether we can flight the agenda for today, whilst we wait for the department to join us? Once again, thank you, colleagues, for this work that's been done today. It's going to be a long day, but let's deal with this on a later stage. I think we have dealt with our work that we couldn't conclude last week, and I really want to thank every member of the inputs they give. It's much appreciated and it's valuable, and I must recommend or commend that I think we work as a team well together to the advantage of the community out there. Colleagues, that is our report. I will then open when we get to the when the department joins us. So I think it's time now where everybody can have grab a cup of coffee or whatever you're going to take now, and then we will start at 9 o'clock.
Chair is still there. Chair?
I can hear you.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, please don't discriminate against other beverages. I enjoy my Rooibos tea, and Honorable Mhlala enjoys the whiskey this time of the morning.
I also enjoy tea, not other beverages. And I'm using still water first. Honorable Matlala, what are you using? Coffee. What are you using now? Okay, you won't show us.
What do you mean?
No. Are you drinking coffee or water or tea or Rooibos tea or?
I'm drinking water.
Okay, now that's good. Clean water.
That meeting was a problem. We are traveling. We must now come and engage and all those things. The 8 o'clock meeting next time we must check if it's not the traveling time. We are in buses.
We will not. This was a once-off. We will. We rather do it another way around. I appreciate the problem of traveling. Okay. I must have a problem getting to Parliament quickly before this meeting started.
Yeah, we want to be in Parliament in our offices too, because it's not residences we stay in. There's no network at all. So
you're in your office now for the 9 o'clock meeting.
Yeah. So I think okay. Now, sharp Chair.
Chairperson, I thought the city of Cape Town is covered wall to wall. What's happening? You know.
I don't know. You tell me.
You must go and drink your coffee, man. We are resting. The chair want to relax. 9 o'clock we're starting.
I think we must invite the Minister of Digital Technologies here. There's something wrong. I read something about untreated sewer being deposited into the Lagoon Beach. So yeah, no, there's lots wrong here, Honorable Michal. I think you and I must do oversight, just the two of us, about these things, you know, your connection and untreated sewer.
Please do and bring it back to the committee.
I feel we must do that, yeah.
I'm going to step out for just a few minutes. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Honorable Matlobe.
Hey,
Matlobe.
morning, Chair. How are you?
I'm fine. Are you leading the delegation or the minister, or would the minister be with us?
The last time she asked me to lead the delegation, but if she comes through, she would lead, but I will lead the delegation. I'm just trying to get Sean and the team to log in quickly, including the municipality.
We are ready for to start at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just check Sean and the team.
I see the Director General boardroom is on, so most probably they are on already.
Yeah, the DG has logged in, and if they can ensure that the provincial head in Limpopo and the municipality logs in quickly. The minister is here, Chair. She will lead us.
Thank you very much.
We said 9 o'clock. Now you are eating on our time.
No, it's not 9 o'clock yet, so we will start 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock already, 2 minutes before 9.
2 minutes to go to 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Are we done with our various beverages? I
hope so.
don't know.
Stop working for content. Just test it. Yeah. Test it. Good evening, colleagues. Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. It's 9 o'clock. Time for us to start our meeting. I would like to welcome everybody present here today to make their presentations.
Recording in progress.
The Minister and the Department, the DG and his personnel, the district municipality, as well as, I'm not sure whether there would be people from the department from the Northern and Free State, but that we will see. Once again, thank you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity this morning quickly to deal with our reports. And we are not delaying this process. We want to start on time. For those who don't know and has not been here before, there's going to be time for you to do presentations. For the 3 presentations, there would be 1 hour. Please don't take up the time so that we struggle to get the last presentation in. You don't need to read us the presentation. We received your presentation beforehand. You can highlight on your presentation so that we can get the opportunity as a committee to ask questions and get follow-ups through to the department and to the minister as well. So please, as quick as you can go through your presentation. I don't want you to chase that presentation, but we have gone through your presentation. I know that one of these presentations were late, and we really request in future that we would stick to the time frames that we have given to the department to have this in by 4 o'clock on a Wednesday, and we don't get updated reports a day before. So please, let's honor the decision by this committee that they want a report. No,
No
give me the
municipalities
opportunity, Honourable Member,
are not,
then we will not waste time.
coming on
So,
board.
colleagues, can I ask, Honourable Member, please? I appreciate your view, but can I just conclude, please? I'm handing over first fund. Let's open with a moment of silence or meditation or prayer. Thank you. Can I find out whether there's any apologies?
Yes, Chairperson. We've got 3 apologies from Honorable Webster and Honorable Ngumalo, and also DM Said Tolo will join the meeting a bit late due to an appointment in the morning.
Thank you for that. With those apologies, can I then hand over to the Minister?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, honourable members of this portfolio committee, the Deputy Minister, DG, and the team. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. The Giyani Water Project is one of the long-delayed projects of the Department of Water and Sanitation. This project, Honourable Chair, was initiated, as you might be aware, in 2009, and is only now reaching a stage where water is flowing to household and where the completion of the project is in sight. The main reasons for the delays, Honourable Chair and members, were a lack of integrated planning by the department, as well as corruption in the Lepelle Northern Water Board related to the planning and construction of the bulk water supply and the transfer pipeline from Nandoni Dam to Nsami Dam. Both of these issues are being addressed, honourable members. The department is no longer planning bulk water projects without simultaneously considering the required investment to take water to households as it used to. In other words, we are now planning projects from source to the tap. The corruption which occurred at the water board is still under investigation by the Special Investigating Unit in terms of the presidential proclamation of 2016. The SIU is engaging in criminal and civil litigation to recover funds from service providers and made several referrals to Water Board for disciplinary action. The referrals resulted in the resignation of the former CEO as well as CFO, and one water board manager was charged and dismissed. Honourable members, Giyani Water Project involves improving the level of access of water from communal taps to household connection, something that we call the yacht connection. The old water supply system in Giyani has not been properly maintained by the municipality and provide the unreliable service. Because there is not enough naturally occurring water in the area to provide this improved level of service, the project has involved the construction of a 40-kilometer long pipeline from Nandoni Dam near Toyando in the Venda district to transport raw water to Nsami Dam near Giyani in the Mopani district. The project also involves the refurbishment of upgrading of the Giyani water treatment works, as well as installation of the bulk and reticulation water services infrastructure. Honourable members, this project is planned and implemented as a partner between DWS, Lepelle Northern Water, and Mopani District Municipality, with the department playing the leading role. The Libalelo Water User Association has also played a role in assisting with some of the procurement processes for the project. Honourable Chair and the team and the honourable members, on the 6th of this month, as we said in our previous portfolio committee, that we were going to visit this project. Myself and the Deputy Minister and 2 DMs we visited the project. We started at Nandoni Dam in Thohoyandou, where we saw a completed additional pumps in the pumping station at the dam, and where the new pipeline from Nandoni Dam to Nsami Dam starts, which is that 40 kilometer that I referred to earlier on. We then stopped to view the water flowing from the new pipeline into the canal near Giyani, which takes water to Nsami Dam. From there, we visited the refurbished water treatment works, which was fully functional. Finally, sorry for that, we visited a community in Giyani, some 40 minutes drive from water treatment works, where water is now flowing through newly constructed bulk supply and reticulation pipeline into taps in people's yard, and that we have experienced on the 6th. During our visit, with Deputy President, honorable members, I must as well say we met with traditional leaders, taking into account what some honorable members of this portfolio committee has been raising, that people nearer to the dam are unable to get water. So we took it upon ourselves to also meet with the traditional leaders, both in Vembe and in Mopani. One of the issues raised by the traditional leaders, honorable members, from the Vembe district was that there is a need to improve the water supply to communities in the vicinity of Nandoni Dam in Thohoyandou, which is about a 20-kilometer radius. To address this, Lepelle Northern Water has appointed a contractor to upgrade the capacity of its water treatment works at Nandoni Dam, which will enable unserviced communities in Vembe district to be provided with water for the Nandoni Dam. Vembe District Municipality is also currently compiling technical reports to apply for grant funding from the department to supply 20 villages under this jurisdiction, drawing on the increased supply water, which will be available from the upgraded Nandoni Dam water treatment plant. As I conclude, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, as will be indicated in the presentation, honorable members, dozens of contractors have been appointed by Mopani District Municipality and are currently hard at work on the reticulation project in Giyani. There is a program of work to complete the reticulation to provide yard connection to more than 30,000 households in 55 targeted villages in Giyani within the next 2 years. The cost of the water services component of this project is approximately 5.5 billion, and this huge reticulation project cannot be completed in a short picker period of time. Chair and honorable members, I wish to make this overview. The presentation might go into deeper details as we have already circulated the presentation. I thank you very much, honorable Chair and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Minister. Can we proceed to flight the documents and then proceed? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honourable members. Good morning, Minister and Deputy Minister and colleagues and Mayor from the Mopani District Municipality and colleagues from the municipality. Next slide, please. Next. To start with, as indicated by the Minister, this project it partly involves transferring water from Nandoni Dam, which is part of the Luvubu catchment, to Giyani. Now, when that Nandoni Dam was constructed, it was constructed with a view to supply water both to Vembe District Municipality and to Mopani District Municipality and the northern parts of Capricorn District Municipality. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the Nandoni water system supply area, which includes both Mopani District Municipality and Vembe District Municipality, which explains why it was part of the original planning from a water resource management point of view for Mopani and Giyani to be supplied with water partially from the Nandoni Dam near Toyandu. Next slide, please. This Giyani project, as indicated by the Minister, was long delayed, particularly the part related to the bulk water pipeline from Nandoni Dam in Toyandu to Insami Dam in Giyani. Initially, the former minister issued a directive to Lepeli Northern Water to construct a bulk supply line from Nandoni Dam to Insami Dam. But this is where the main delays in the project occurred because of poor planning. There wasn't at that time integrated planning within the department where we planned water resource development such as the bulk pipeline and the reticulation simultaneously. As indicated by the minister, we've now addressed that and we've corrected that. And as you will see from the rest of the presentation, it's clear that we are now integrating bulk planning and reticulation planning. But the second problem was the corruption which occurred within the Lepeli Northern Water, and the minister has spoken to that. Next slide, please. So as indicated by the minister, there is an existing water distribution system in Giyani, which is partly fed by water from the Insami Dam, but the Insami Dam doesn't hold enough water to supply the whole of Giyani. And so it's also partly fed by boreholes, but the existing water supply system is in a poor state. It's been poorly maintained for many years and provides an unreliable service. And also it was built in terms of the RDP standards of a minimum standard of access to a standpipe within 200 meters of each household. So the aim of the Giyani water project is to upgrade the level of service to all households in Giyani, from a communal standpipe to household connections, and also to improve the quality of service to ensure that in future it's consistent and reliable. Next slide. As indicated, it's because Insami Dam doesn't have enough water to provide these household connections to all the households in Giyani. It was necessary to augment the amount of water in Insami Dam by transferring water from Nandoni Dam in the Vembi district near Toyando. And that also required the installation of additional pumps at the pump station at Nandoni Dam to pump the water through that 40-kilometer pipeline. So currently, as we speak, the pipeline is completed and the pumping stations are completed. But in addition to that, it was necessary to refurbish and upgrade the water treatment works in Giyani so that it could treat the raw water coming from Nandoni Dam. That water treatment works was in a poor state and had also been not maintained properly by Mopani District Municipality for a long time. So we've refurbished the water treatment works, and in phase 2 we'll be upgrading the capacity of the water treatment works. To provide this scale of projects and this amount of reticulation to over 30,000 households requires a huge amount of bulk supply infrastructure, including huge bulk pipelines, reservoirs, and pump stations. And those are all being implemented by the Lepeli Northern Water, together with our internal construction unit with funding from the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant. The upgrading of the refurbishment of the water treatment works and the reticulation work is done by Mopani District Municipality with funding from us through the Water Services Infrastructure Grant. So in summary, the pipeline from Nandoni to Insami cost approximately 3.5 billion, and all the water services components together, including the refurbishment and upgrading of the water treatment works, the bulk reticulation work, and the other reticulation work, comes to 5.5 billion. This just shows a diagram of the pipeline. The pipeline comes from Nandoni Dam near Toyando, and it goes down to Insami Dam near Giyani. You'll see in blue that there's also a parallel pipeline that was built. That parallel pipeline that was built as part of this project was to enable clean water to also be provided to communities in Vembi along the pipeline. That is going to be implemented as a separate project, which I'll talk a bit about now. But that pipeline has been built at the same time as the main pipeline to Insami Dam was built. So as I indicated, the pipeline project is completed and currently transferring that water that's required in Giyani from Nandoni Dam. And the clear water or treated water bulk pipeline, the one that was in blue on the map, is also complete. But in a separate project, we are working with Vembi District Municipality and with Lepeli Northern Water. There's another water treatment works at Nandoni Dam, which Lepeli Northern Water, with the assistance of the Development Bank as an implementing agent, has appointed a contractor to upgrade the capacity of, so that it can produce sufficient treated water to put into that 26-kilometer treated bulk pipeline that has been built, so that communities in Vembi that are currently unserved can also be provided with water. And the Vembi District Municipality is currently compiling technical reports which are required by COGTA for the Municipal Infrastructure Grant to obtain funding from the Municipal Infrastructure Grant under COGTA to reticulate that water that will be provided through that 26-kilometer clear water bulk pipeline, which will come from the upgraded water treatment works at Nandoni Dam. Next slide. So we've covered the part of the project which was the bulk pipeline from Nandoni Dam to Insami Dam, and that's complete. Then the second part of the project was the refurbishment of the water treatment works at Giyani, so that raw water can be treated to drinking water quality before being reticulated to communities in Giyani. The refurbishment of the water treatment works, which was done by Mopani District Municipality with funding from DWS, is also complete. And as the Minister indicated, when we visited there the other day with the Deputy President, it was fully functional. But in order for all the 55 villages and over 30,000 households to be provided with household connections, it's necessary not only to refurbish the water treatment works so that it's able to produce its full design capacity of 30 megalitres per day, it's also going to be necessary to upgrade the water treatment works by another 10 megalitres per day to 40 megalitres per day. And that upgrading project of the water treatment works is currently at planning stage, and construction will start next financial year and will take about 2 years at a cost of approximately 110 million. And but that will be funded through the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant, and it will be implemented by Mopani District Municipality, which is the owner and operator of the water treatment works. Next. This slide just shows pictures of the now functional water treatment works at Giyani. Next. Next. And now we're turning to the bulk infrastructure, which is after the water has been treated at the refurbished water treatment works, it needs to go through large bulk pipelines to the various areas of Giyani. And along the way, there's reservoirs and pumping stations before it can be reticulated through smaller reticulation pipes. Those large bulk pipelines and the large bulk reservoirs and pumping stations are being constructed by Lepeli Northern Water and our construction unit. Next slide, please. There's 325 kilometers of these large bulk pipelines, which are required to provide household connections to the targeted more than 30,000 households in the 55 villages. That bulk pipeline work is currently 74% complete, and at the current rate of work will be completed by March 2025. So the DWS construction unit is doing a bit of it, some of it, but a lot of it has been done by Lepeli Northern Water, and that's why we'll complete it by March 2025. So the cost of this bulk infrastructure being done by Lepeli and our construction unit is approximately 2 billion. And this bulk work is being done in parallel with or simultaneously with the reticulation work done by Mopani District Municipality. So as the bulk work progresses and certain areas are supplied with bulk pipelines and reservoirs, etc., so Mopani then starts to have its contractors start doing the reticulation for the most completed parts of the bulk work. Next slide, please. Next. Turning now to the final part, which is the reticulation from the bulk pipelines. We've divided it into two phases. There's 55 villages altogether which need to be reticulated. The first phase is to reticulate 24 villages, and that's implemented by Mopani District Municipality, which receives funding from us through the Water Services Infrastructure Grant. And the cost of reticulating those 24 villages is 1.3 billion, which will come from the Water Services Infrastructure Grant. Between December 2022 and June 2023, Mopani District Municipality appointed 37 contractors to do that phase one work. And the completion dates vary. They started completing some of the villages from March 2024, and each contract has a duration not exceeding 12 months. So in total, phase one has overall progress of physical progress to date of 85%, and financial progress is 68%. So this work has resulted in a situation where 9 of the villages, of the 24 villages in phase one, have been completed and now have household connections. And the remainder of the villages will be connected by the end of the current calendar year, by December 2024. We then have a second phase, which will be implemented in the 25-26 financial year at an estimated cost of 2.2 billion, which will be the reticulation for the remaining 31 villages. So these are the villages which are still outstanding in phase one, which will be done in the coming months. Next slide, please. And these are the villages which will be done then in phase two, in the 25-26 financial year, with an estimated cost of 2.2 billion. All of this managed by Mopani District Municipality with funding from DWS. So in summary, Chairperson, these are just some pictures showing the work that's been done in the last 2 years or so. Shows the pipe, no, back up, please. It shows the extent of work required to build that pipeline from Nandoni Dam to Nsami Dam. There were complicated river crossings that were required. Next. As indicated by the Minister, the pipeline goes up quite close to Giyani, and then it goes into a canal which feeds the water into Nsami Dam. Next, please. And this shows the water flowing into the canal from the pipeline, and we've fenced off the canal as well. Next slide, please. This shows the refurbished Giyani water treatment works, which is now functional. Next slide, please. Again, work that was done at the water treatment works to refurbish it, including addressing problems with the pumps and the generators. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And then this shows the extent of the work. These pictures show the extent of the work required with the bulk pipelines. Huge bulk distribution reservoirs have needed to be constructed. and huge valve chambers as well. And you can see the size of these bulk pipelines that are being installed. Next slide, please. And then finally, the end result is the household connections. These are photographs of completed household connections in the villages which have been completed. This shows in Giyani village. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. In Bodhi village. Next slide, please. And again in Giyani village. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DG. Can we continue to the next presentation by Mopani?
Thank you very much. Chair. My name is Councillor Puleshai, the Executive Mayor of Mopani District Municipality. I am with the Municipal Manager, my two senior managers responsible for water and sanitation and infrastructure, two members of the Mayoral Committee responsible for water and sanitation as well as infrastructure. I think in the main, the presentation led by the DG substantively has similar content with what we'll be presenting. In the preliminary, I need to bring to the attention of yourself, Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, that one, we appreciated DWS appointing us as an implementing agent. And then from the start, we anticipated that a massive project like that will surely at the level of implementation bring some source of frustration to communities on 1-2 opportunities there and there, and we needed to be very proactive. We established the multi-stakeholder task team, which is comprised of the local chiefs in Giyani, the businesses, civil society, and community structures, in order to manage all the matters that could arise from the entire project. And we are meeting monthly in order to ensure that there are no project stoppages. In the main, when the senior manager will be presenting, he should be able to confirm that one, the Nsami water treatment plant is indeed completed and it's operating at full capacity. And the submission that a 10 megaliter upgrade is indeed needed to cater for the 2040 horizon growing population in Giyani is very critical. He should be able to confirm that we are already in the elimination phase, where when we complete, we hand over a project and people get water. And to date, 9 communities are receiving water. But more than that, Chair, we should be able to emphasize that there is an alignment of work between DWS, Lepelle, and ourselves as a municipality so that the pipeline work and the reticulation go hand in hand. And that we think should be able to propel us towards the early December, where the 24 villages would have been completed and be receiving water. I'm handing over to the senior manager to lead us, Mr. Mahai, in terms of our presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Mahai.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mayor, Executive Mayor, my apology.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm not so sure if I'm audible. Am I audible, Chair?
You are audible, but please open your camera when you speak.
Okay, let me do that.
There you go.
Is it open now?
You just disappear again. There you are. You're open now.
Okay.
Thank you. You can continue.
Okay. Greetings to yourself, Chairperson, the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Ministers, members of the Portfolio Committee, my Executive Mayor, Councillor Puleshai, both MMCs, the DG, municipal manager and other senior government officials, including the senior manager and Mupani. Allow me to observe protocol as such. In the interest of time, I will share the presentation. Is it appearing, Chair?
Yeah, it's on now.
Okay.
Maybe you can just move it so that it's one slide at a time.
To put it on presentation.
Exactly, yeah.
Is it showing one slide now?
It's not showing, it's blank. But continue, you can continue. Let's go through your presentation.
Oh, we can see
You can see it. Okay, thank you, Chairperson. This is just a background slide to show that is a presentation to the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation on today's date. I will quickly move to the contents of the presentation, which is introduction, summary of interventions to Giyani water supply, summary of progress report on current interventions. Number 4, future interventions required in Giyani. Number 5, update on previous issues raised. Then we've got the annexures of supplementary information on the bulk water services and the Giyani reticulation services. In terms of the introduction, we are saying that we are the Water Service Authority. We are responsible for water supply in all 5 local municipalities, being Greater Zanini local municipality, Maruleni local municipality, Wapalabura, Greater Letaba local municipality, and Greater Giyani local municipality. The Giyani communities have been experiencing water challenges due to a number of factors, amongst being raw water shortages due to water shortage at Middle Letaba. This one was as a result of drought and the effects on the upstream. And then the components functionality of the plant leading to underproduction of 30 megaliters to just below 17 to as far as 14 megaliters per day. The damaged old asbestos bulk pipes, old and non-functional reticulation in the villages, and to resolve the Giyani water challenges, the correct sequence of developing of raw water treatment, bulk distribution and reticulation infrastructure was required. The Minister of Water and Sanitation has since made supply of water to Giyani villages a national project under the ministerial intervention, which DWS has appointed Lipelle, Northern Water, to work on the raw water supply, that is in Sami, which the DG has touched. I'm not going to dwell much onto it. And as Mopani has been appointed as implementing agent on the internal reticulation and storage reservoirs in the villages, and also the upgrade, the refurbishment of the Nsami water treatment works. The presentation serves to brief the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation on historical matters raised under previous progress report on the current intervention and the projects and progress of the future intervention. I'm going to go to this slide that shows the interventions that has been done. This is just a summary of the current interventions. You can see there On the first row, we've indicated the item and the challenge that was there. The first challenge was raw water shortage in Sami, and the intervention was that raw pipeline that Lepelle has done for us. And the allocated budget there was 778 million, and the implementing agent is LNW. And then challenge number 2 was on the Giyani water treatment works, which was inability to produce 30 megaliters due to old infrastructure. The intervention that we did was the refurbishment of the plant to produce 30 megaliters at a budget of 45 million. And then the third intervention was the damaged old asbestos bulk pipelines from Giyani water treatment works to deliver to the villages. We had to repair repairs and finalization of 325 kilometers of pipework consisting of 8 bulk pipelines of to provide water to the villages at a budget of 320 million. I think the DG also touched with that is the one that is implemented by Lepelle and Northern Water. And then the fourth intervention was poor and below standard water reticulations, the villages. The intervention there was the phase 1 that the DG also spoke about, is the construction of internal water reticulations to the 24 villages at the budget of 1.3, which is implemented by us. And also we'll be starting with phase 2 that consists of construction of internal water reticulations to 31 villages, which we are just ready. We're waiting for the department to tell us to start. I will then move to the next slide, which talks to the progress report on the intervention. In as far as the first intervention is concerned, which is intervention 1, construction of raw water bulk line. As I've indicated, the DG has spoken to it, and the project is 100% complete. But there's a need to protect the canal from contamination and illegal obstruction from upstream communities. A temporary fence has been installed currently along the canal, but the permanent solution will be to replace the canal with a bulk pipeline that will take water from Shikukwani straight into Sami water treatment works. That process is currently being explored by the department. I will then show in terms of what I was talking to. We are showing you that is the pump station at Nandoni. We are showing you the canal with running water from Nandoni. That is before the temporary fencings were done. If you check there on the bottom, you will see there are some debris and stuff that is in the canal. That was before it was fenced. If you check on the right-hand side, bottom right, you will see the canal fully fenced. I think the DG also spoke about this one. I'll move to the next slide, which is the second intervention, that is the refurbishment of the Giyani waterworks, which was done by Mopani. In terms of the scope of work here, we were to refurbish the plant to operate at the full design capacity, which we had to change raw water pump inlet, refurbishment of sedimentation tanks, refurbishment of filters, clear water pump stations, and your generator for standby power supply, and also a telemetric system. This was all to the budget of 42 million, as I have indicated. In terms of the progress to date, we are, in as far as the refurbishment is concerned, we have now able to achieve practical completion at in June month, and we've indicated that the components are at 100%, and the plant has now returned to its design capacity and currently producing 30 megaliters as per its design capacity. Depending on raw water that we are pumping, the plant was able to produce up to 33 megaliters. So in terms of the objective on the refurbishment of the plant, we have definitely achieved it. The challenge is that there's a need to upgrade the plant. I think the DG has spoken to it, that we've got a project that is also going to be coming in, which we're going to be adding in additional 10 megaliters so that the plant is able to produce 40 megaliters. We have also done a system analysis, which shows that currently, if we finish the 24 villages, the demand will be sitting at around 15 megaliters. That is on phase 1. So it is clear that by the time we do the phase 2, the demand also was calculated. We will need a plus minus 33 to 34 megaliters per day. So with the current refurbishment and the upgrade that we are going to do, we are quite confident that the plant will be able to supply as per what the demand requires. Before I move to the next slide, I just want to highlight something on the last slide in terms of the impact. As I've indicated, the water treatment works is now improved from processing an average of 22 megaliters a day to 30 megaliters per day as per its design capacity, and the development has estimated at around 26% of water loss and sharing issues which led to residents without water for many days awaiting their supply turn, giving the township and all its current connected villages as receiving water. I can report to this committee that since we've done the refurbishment, we are no longer doing water shedding in Giyani, water rationing. All the places where the reticulation is completed, like your Giyani township, the people are receiving water at 24 hours. The only issue that we need to urgently address is to make sure that the construction of the bulk lines is completed early so that we can start with the elimination process as has been alluded by the executive mayor, which will assist us to deal with the current pipe burst that we are experiencing on the old system that we are running, because we are not yet done with the other villages. We are forced to run 2 systems all at the same time. Here we are showing you pictures. Some of them look familiar with the ones that the DG has shown. It is for one project, so that is why it is the case. You can see the previous minister there at the water treatment works, and the standby generator there, the DM, and the recent one of the DP as visit to Mopani. We also showing on the side. And then in terms of intervention 3, that is the Giyani bulk water services construction of distribution bulk lines from the water treatment works to the villages. That is done by Lepelle. We are showing you in terms of the scope of work there, the number of kilometers and the households to benefit, which is 31,072 for the 55 villages. We are showing you the various pipelines with their length. We've got your pipeline A, pipeline B, C1, D1, up to the last one there, which is the pipeline F2 and the Makosha branch, the 4 kilometers. In terms of the progress on that, the DG has spoken to it. We are sitting at 74.08. The bulk of take connections are done for the following villages coming in is 14A, 14B, Kuwani, Indindana, Mhlaba Velem, Mahlati, Boyesi, and Muyeshe. The challenge is that the bulk lines have been delayed. We all are aware of that. I think the DG also spoke about it, that Lepelle has appointed a subcontractor that has commenced in July to assist. It's a grade 9 CE contractor that's going to assist the construction to accelerate the works to ensure that completion is achieved by the 24th of December, and final handover to be done in March 2025. I will move to the next slide, which is basically pictures that we are showing there. If you see there, we are showing you the pictures of the bulk pipeline. Pipeline A, we are showing you the bulk offtake chamber at chainage number 5. And then we show you also pipeline D on the right-hand side. This was the river crossing at Monroe's River. And we at the bottom there, we are showing you pipeline F1 pipeline at the branch 5.1, chainage 8600, chainage 8800. We are showing you there also in terms of the pipeline F1. We are showing you the scour valve chamber at the chainage that has been indicated there. We also gonna talk.
And maybe interrupt you.
Yes.
My apology. Can I ask you just? Thank you.
I didn't get that, sir.
I request you to speed up your presentation.
Okay,
We
no,
are running out of.
Yeah, I'm nearly done. So in terms of intervention 4, that is the reticulation of the villages. We are saying there that most of the villages have received practical completion, and the communities are receiving water. And in terms of the impact on this intervention, we are saying that the following villages are receiving water from the newly reticulated projects, that is your Ngwakuane, Mhlaba Velem, Homo 14A, Homo 14B, Mapaeni, Bambeni, Mageba, Mapata, and Dindane. We're also showing you there in terms of the number of households that are benefiting. These are the pictures of showing the DP together with the Deputy Minister drinking water from purified water from Sami. And then I'm going to go to the slide here that talks to future interventions that we require. I think there's a main water shortage at the Giyani, especially in the Middle Tower area. I've spoken to it that the Middle Tower Dam is drying up. So in terms of the proposed intervention, the short intervention is to do groundwater development to augment the water supply in the villages. And then the status with regards to that is that a total of 200 million is required to refurbish and equip boreholes, package plants, and supply lines. We are also saying the systems has a deficit since roughly 2010, with projected water requirement anticipated to reach 58 million megaliters per day, which translates to about 158.8 megaliters per day. In terms of the long-term strategy, we need to augmentation of Middle Letaba Dam for both domestic and agriculture purpose. The options that are there is to build a transfer wire from Klein Letaba River or a direct transfer from Livuvu River. This, the department is at a high level in terms of doing investigations to check the feasibility of that. And also that the department is busy reviewing the proposed options on a long-term plan to improve the catchment flow into the Middle Letaba. I think this one, I have spoken to it in length. And in terms of the villages that are benefiting from Middle Letaba water scheme, isn't it the 55 villages are benefiting from Sami? So the remaining 41 are the ones getting water from Middle Letaba. That is where this proposed intervention is needed. We are saying that the construction of water reticulation and installation of standpipes to follow the source development proposed on paragraph above. That is what we've indicated, that construction of the weir. And the municipality is currently finalizing the panel of consultants to appoint for development of business plan. I will move over to the next slide. I'm done in 3 minutes. This one is an update on historic matters. There was an issue of the failed and Sami water treatment works of 6 megaliters, which we are to do recovery. The actions undertaken, the municipality appointed an investigator on the non-functional plant, and the final opinion was received. No officials was implicated. According to the report, the municipality should recover money from the engineer and the contractor based on the bill of quantities for the components with defects. And then the progress status, we are saying that the municipality is currently working on the determination of the total cost of the defected components in the bill of quantities. I think I'm nearly there. These slides here, we are just showing you in terms of the progress, the various villages where we are in terms of the percentage. You can see on the pipelines, we are showing you the percentage. I think this, the DG also spoke to it. I'm not gonna waste time. I'm wrapping it up in here. We are showing you on the annex charts on the villages that are already receiving water. We link the villages to the various pipelines. It's those 9 villages that I spoke to. I'm not going to go into that. And here we are showing you also in terms of the number of households per villages on the villages that are receiving water, to show you what impact in terms of the beneficiaries and also the jobs that has been created. That is statistics which can be checked at a later stage. And the last one, we are showing you the progress with relation to the villages, the physical progress that is also aligned to the various bulk lines. And we are also showing you in terms of the estimated completion dates. You can see the villages, each and every one is linked to its respective estimated completion date. I'll give an example on pipeline A. Kakala is sitting at 87%. Its estimated completion date is 30 October. I'm not going to go into all of them, but safe to say that this list covers the phase 1 of the 24 villages. You can see all of them are at an advanced percentage. So it is possible to deliver them within the time frame required. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm done.
Thank you very much to the district municipality for their presentation. Colleagues, can we maybe just change a bit the order where we deal with questions now on Mopani, and then we can excuse the district municipality and then take the last presentation with the department. Is that in order? I don't see other view
in order,
on that.
Chair.
Can I then ask that we ask questions? Can I ask, we can go 2 or 3 rounds of questions on Giyani. I know there's a lot of questions on Giyani, and then let's just go 3 questions at a time, and we'll get a second round. Everybody can ask as much questions as they need to ask to get clarity on Giyani. So the first hand that I've got is Honorable Motlala. Can you also just indicate to who you ask a question, whether it's the Minister or the Executive Mayor? Thank you, Honorable Motlala.
Greetings, Chairperson, and let me take the opportunity and extend the greetings to members of the Portfolio Committee, the municipality of Giyani, the team at large, and also the Minister and the Department of water and sanitation. Chairperson, I just want to check with the 3 questions that you are talking about. It's just 3 or is 3 per presentation so that
It's 3 on this presentation. We'll go for a second round as well, so everybody can get the questions. So you will get the opportunity to ask more questions. So you can use your first 3 questions, and then we'll get a second round where you can follow up on the questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks
so much, Chairperson.
Yeah, can I quickly just ask that we remove the presentation from the screen? Honourable Member, you can go ahead now. Thank you.
No, Chair, before I start with the question, I just want to highlight some issues that we saw or we met when we did oversight previous time in Mopani, the Giyani water projects. I'm happy today the mayor is here. We've been struggling for so many time or in many occasions to get hold of the mayor, where he will send just the team and he's not available. At some point, he will say to us that he's joining, even when we were on virtual platforms, but the mayor of the municipality of Mopani never came on board. But today we are happy he's here with us. And he mentioned some issues there when he started today in the presentation. He said for us to meet the target, the Water, the Department of Water and Sanitation and the municipality must work together for us to meet the target. This means there's a gap there. So we are requesting the municipalities and the other department and the department and the Pelle to work together so that this thing materialize. The people of Giyani, the people of Vembe at large and Mopani end up having water at the end of the day. Chair, when we were there in Mopani, the Vembe MMC of Water and Sanitation told us that he's busy with the compiling of the technical report in order for water to go to different communities around Vembe. Because when you look at the diagrams, there is Nandoni Dam. Before you can go to Mopani, you pass Mavembe, you pass Malamulele, you pass all those areas, but there's no water. There's no water at all. So the last time we were there, we were told about this technical report. Today I see the presentation is still talking about the technical report. Are we going somewhere or are we just playing around us because you think maybe we can't store all this information in our mind? We still remember that we were told about the technical report. Today is the technical report again. Chairperson, when we were there as well, I see today they are talking about the Mopani people. They are talking about team. They are talking about the damaged old asbestos bulk pipelines from Giyani, and they had to replace them in order for villages to end up having water. There was an issue when we were there that previously there was pipelines that were placed there, and those pipelines never worked or did anything. The other contractor came and started with another process of putting other pipelines. We want to understand when they are talking about they were damaged and old asbestos pipeline that they have repaired, they had to repair. Are they talking about that one? We requested them in one of those meetings that there must be an investigation. How far are they with that investigation? This is what we want to know in this meeting. What were the consequences of what happened before? There was 2 projects there. The first one did pipelines. They came again with a second project to do pipelines on top of the pipelines. So we want to understand what happened, who was responsible for the first project, so that when we deal with these issues, we just move forward and not end up having to cause any delays in doing our work. Chairperson, as I complete with my questions, I just want to just hold on a bit. With regards to Mopani, the other question is, Chairperson, is given the ongoing water shortages in Giyani due to raw water shortages at Middle Letaba Dam, how does Mopani District Municipality justify the effectiveness of its current interventions, especially when the raw water supply has only recently improved from 23 megaliter per day to 34 megaliter per day? What concrete measures are being taken to ensure this is a sustainable solution? And lastly, Chairperson, as you said, just 3 questions. With numerous projects still under construction, how does the municipality plan to address the urgent water needs of the communities, especially considering that the projected water requirements are anticipated to reach about 58 million megaliter as by 2040? What contingency plan are in place if these projects do not meet their deadline? And I'm happy today this presentation cleared that thing of having 24 villages with water. It's only 9 villages that have water. The other ones, I think, the phase 2 will be finalized by the end of, I think by March 2025. So we need to also understand what is the delay, because when we were there, we were told that by this March, the 24th, which was the March of 2022 or either 2023, we were told that by the end of that March, people will have water in 24 villages. Thank you. What caused the delay after that? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Mopani, can you answer those questions, please?
Mr. Mahai, can you start?
Thank you, Chairperson. The first question that was raised of the technical reports, I think it was not for Mopani, because all the technical reports for Mopani has been completed and submitted to the department. That is on the phase 2. So there's no outstanding technical report still to be developed by Mopani on the reticulation of the 55 villages. The issue of the asbestos pipes, we are referring to the old system that is is existing. It has got frequent pipe bursts because of the pressure on the system, because of the fully optimized and refurbished Nsami waterworks. And when you are doing refurbishment, if you have got existing networks, you need to take out those existing networks so that you are 100% sure that you have dealt with the old illegal connections that existed in that specific villages, which was resulting in distribution losses because these illegal connections were not done properly. So all those pipes needed to be taken out and new pipes installed so that we are 100% sure that there is no leakages on the system. And by the way, we are doing yard connections, so we are 100% sure that each and every connection that we've done, it has been done properly. It will not have any impact in terms of leakages. And then the issues of Middle Letaba, I think I've covered that partly on the presentation, which talks to the intervention that we also highlighted on the plan in terms of short intervention, and also the budget that is required to deal with the groundwater issues there. That is drilling of additional boreholes and equipping existing boreholes. In the meantime, while the department on a long term is busy investigating and funding the proposal of constructing a weir at Letaba or getting water from Livuvu River. And in terms of the agency to complete the project, I think as I was presenting, I did highlight that most of the projects are going to start to be completed. Are starting from this month of September, October, going to December. In the main, the challenge has been that in other areas, there was additional work that was done, and some extension of time has been granted, which is within the general conditions of the contract to allow the contractors to complete the work. But I must also indicate that in my presentation, I also touched the progress on the Giyani water services, the bulk project, which I indicated that the Lepelle has appointed a grade 9 CE contractor that will assist in terms of making sure that they accelerate the remaining work. I will give an example. On those pipelines that I presented, there is pipeline D. Pipeline D is the one that is supplying villages like your Borders, Giyani, Bambeni, Mapata, and others. I can be able to immediately connect 7 villages at a go. And these villages, in as far as the reticulation is concerned, they are ready. So we are just waiting for Construction North to accelerate so that we can connect the villages. So I think I will pause here and allow colleagues to add where I've left the gaps.
Thank you very much. Executive Mayor, would you like to add something to that? You are muted.
My apologies. Chair, one area on the working together of Mupani, Lepelle, DWS. My submission, Chair, is that one, Lepelle is doing the 9 bulk lines where we connect as a district so that we reticulate at the level of the household. And therefore, the alignment that I was talking about, which has been translated into weekly meetings, technically amongst the department, the district, and Lepelle, to ensure that the work of the bulk line is equally aligned to the reticulations in the household. Because we will finish reticulation and the infrastructure get vandalized. So the technical alignment meeting help to fast-track efforts from all the players to ensure that we are able to finish the pipeline and also that the reticulation is given impetus by providing water at that level. So they are meeting weekly, and that weekly meeting has helped us to arrive where we are. And the relationship is so effective that we are able to experience progress, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Minister, would you like to add to this questions and also speak on the technical report? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't have anything to add. The DG can come in.
DG?
Thank you, Chairperson. Our DDG for Water Services will respond to some of the questions. Rizimati Mati. Rizimati?
Thanks, DG. The 2 questions that I think I should clarify, it's one that was asked about the old pipeline that has been left out at Mando, and I think the abandoned pipeline, which were basically linked to the original contract that was under investigations by the SIU. We want to confirm that some of those pipelines are currently being utilized by our construction unit. By the time they were left there abandoned, because the SIU was still busy with the investigations in Lepelle, I think the minister touched on the progress thereof. Those pipelines could not actually be utilized, but At the moment, some of those pipelines are being utilized by our construction unit. They're using them on other projects. For instance, the Njalele Canal. There's also the Nandoni relocation project that the construction unit is actually utilizing those pipelines. So the intention is to not have them stay there unutilized, because some of those pipes are actually still in a good condition. That is one issue that Honorable Mhlale has raised. The other issue on the technical report, when the DG made a presentation, he separated the work happening at Nandoni, which is to upgrade the water treatment works, and he indicated that there is a pipeline that leaves Nandoni with clear water to supply communities around there, around the Vembe district. Now, Honorable Mhlala indicated that we have spoken about in the past about technical reports, and we want to separate the fact. The technical reports that we are indicating, and also that the minister touched on, we want to make it clear, Chair, that the funding for reticulation does not completely rely on WSIG, which is funded by the department. What the Vembe district has done is to take this technical report to Coxstar in the province to have funding for those projects. It's quite a lot of them. Now, the progress on the allocation of funding in our estimation, we suspect or estimate that they should be funded in the next financial year. However, we know that it should be aligned to what the department is doing at the Nandoni Water Treatment Works to upgrade that plant from 60 megaliters to 120. That is the part of the technical reports that we are talking about. And of course, Chair, such details on how far Vembe is with those technical reports and Coxstar's approval, I think that information can be provided later. We can seek to get that information. That is the part. On the issue of Clean Ditaba that my colleague spoke about, I think he cleared the issue. Safe to say that the department is also doing some work upstream in terms of the investigation to ensure that there's enough raw water going into the area. Hence, the augmentation of the raw water from Nandoni to Giyani is meant to close that gap in that particular area. Those are the two key issues that I thought I should clarify at DG. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Can I just quickly have a follow-up that I just need some clarity on? Where you use the new pipes or the old pipes in new projects, do you credit the Giyani project and then transfer that to the new project? How do you deal with that administratively, DG?
Rizamati?
Yeah.
Can I also follow up so that when he answers, just one answer once? Chairperson, with regards to the technical report that I'm speaking about, I'm speaking about the technical report of Vembe municipality. Yes, he answered me, but my concern is previously when we were there, they mentioned that they are also busy with the technical report. Today, they are still busy with the technical report. They are not telling us progress on this technical report. How far are they? What has been approved? What they've been done after this technical report? Because I'm running away from a situation where next time we'll be also told about technical report. What technical report is this one? What did we get out of this technical report? Thank you.
Can I ask that the Mopani, they present this committee within 14 days with a full report in conjunction with the department? Would that be fine, Honourable Member?
It's Vembe, it's not Mopani.
Yeah, Vembe. My apology, Vembe. My apology. Can we ask the department that we get this report from Vembe so that we can clarify this? Thank you very much. Can they quickly answer us on just on the pipeline before we go to Honourable Ramaila?
Okay. On the pipelines, Chair, because those pipelines were part of the SIU investigations, when you deal with complex engineering projects, pipelines that get installed on the ground needs to have met particular design standards. Now, we know that that project, when it was initiated and how it was done, most of these engineering designs and complexities, which SIU has clearly stated, were not in line. Now, with the new repurposed project to relay the same pipelines, to relay the pipeline from Nandoni to Giyani, it was found that those pipelines could not be used based on the design parameters. Now, hence, they were abandoned there. And SIU did the investigation and confirmed that when the new project started, yes, new pipelines were laid up based on the new design standards. Now, our response is that because those pipelines could be used on open canals and other activities, once the SIU investigation got finished, you heard me saying that they're being used by our own WS construction unit to be in some of the projects like the Onjarele Canal and relocation projects, so that they don't become a wasteful expenditure. However, the recovery process of some of those funds is what SIU is actually following up with LTE. So that is the current process on those pipelines. On the technical reports, Chair, we are saying the department, how the process works is that Vembe District submits the technical reports to the department for evaluation and assessment and alignment with our bulk infrastructure planning. That has been done by the department. And once the department is done with that process, we then hand over those projects or those technical reports back to the municipality, in this case, Vembe District. Then Vembe submits those projects to Cogstar for funding. So where we are now, DWS has done the technical report assessment that was submitted by Vembe. Vembe has now submitted those technical reports to Cogstar for funding. What we are waiting for now is for Cogstar to then confirm when these technical reports are going to be funded. They will cover villages that are going to be reticulated, how many households are going to benefit, what is the length of the pipeline, what is the funding, and so forth. So the technical report covers such issues. But as the chair has actually made a ruling that in 14 days that report can be provided, we are of the view that Vembe should be able to give us the latest update, and maybe Cogstar as well will be able to give much more details on how far they are in assessing those technical reports, because they are responsible for the funding. The last issue, Chair, which I left out, my apologies, was that the upgrade of the Nandoni water treatment plant, which will augment more additional water to supply those communities around Nandoni, which will be linked to the same technical report that Honorable Mothala is talking about. That project should start as early as January next year. It's funded by the department. There is funding for that project, and the DBSA is the implementing agent, and we're at an advanced stage on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ramarila, my apology.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the Minister and Deputy Ministers, the Executive Mayor of Mopane, the DG and staff, and my colleagues, and all participants on this platform. First, I would want to really appreciate the work that the department is doing, because really the Giyani project has been a problem to this country. But with the progress that is being reported today, I think there's a light at the end of the tunnel. We need to really appreciate the work of the department on the municipality, especially in as far as Muyeshe village is concerned, which is a village from which the former President Zuma launched this project from. I just want to appreciate that. But my question to the municipality is whether they have a mechanism developed to fast-track the implementation of these projects in case where contractors has fallen behind with the scope of work. My second one will go to the department. This is in line with what they have reported on regarding our construction unit, which is said to be at 1.26% per month, weighted average or percentage of the remaining work to be completed in Giyani, which for me is very poor. And my question is that, is this construction unit subjected to the GCC? And if indeed it is subjected to GCC, what are you doing with regard to this poor performance to rein them in? But then if they are not subjected to GCC, what mechanism are you using actually to assess their performance and so on? And my last one would be whether the unit is also subjected to competitive supply chain processes in terms of appointment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask that Mupani just deal with the one question on the fast tracking of the project, and then we can go to the Minister?
Thank you, Chair. The issue of the slow progress, we have got an acceleration plan with a revised program of works, which the contractors are following. We are having weekly intervention meetings to track progress. And yeah, we are closely monitoring on a weekly basis, so we will be able to deliver the project within what has been specified. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, whilst one might want to accelerate and fast track the project, it depends on the budget. If we had enough budget, really, with all the delays that happened in this project was supposed to be completed as soon as yesterday. But we are subjecting everything to the availability of resources, hence the staggering of this project that, as Honorable Mushala was saying, that out of 55 villages, we said it was set 24, but now currently those that are getting water is 9. We are looking forward as well that this project must be completed, Chair. But I will allow the DDG Rismati to add. The reason why we took Deputy President along, we wanted DP also to assist us to lobby for more funds to complete this project. Hence, we had to take him along so that he can see the progress that has been made this far. Thank you very much. Honorable Matlobo is also on the platform to add. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, would you like to add something?
Chair, thank you very much, Minister. I think the Minister has covered us in terms of the approach, Chair. When the Minister was there and the Deputy President, the DG is working very hard around the clock to see how can we support them, because we are looking at an acceleration plan, Chair. Remember, these people have been denied water for quite some time. And at least the Mopan, the mayor, they've improved because some of the contractors were a little bit behind schedule. And some of them, they were far ahead. And when we went on the ground, at a particular point, the department will do a review under the guidance of the minister and see what can we do much faster, because the timelines, like they're being said, Chair, around 25, 26, it will be a little bit problematic while other matters are being given. But as long as we're going to be continuously under your guidance as our chair, we come from time to time, at least once in a quarter or once after 6 months, to brief yourselves. We should be able to pull it through. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get the answers on the construction unit, DG?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. The construction unit is an internal part of the department. It's part of the department, so we don't go on competitive open tendering procedures for the department for the construction unit. But the construction unit is required to complete a normal bill of quantities and price for the project. And the normal contract is used, the GCC contract is used, like indicated by the honourable member. And if the construction unit doesn't perform, as a last resort, on occasion, our water services branch has terminated the services of the construction unit. So while they don't go on open tender, they are still subject to performance monitoring. We've reported previously to the Portfolio Committee that we've struggled with the efficiency of our construction unit, in part caused by the difficulty of using government procurement processes to get all the materials and spare parts and everything. And we reported previously to the committee that we've adopted a new infrastructure procurement policy and strategy, which is in the early stages of implementation, which should result in much more efficient procurement for the construction unit in future, and it should become more efficient. We also have other elements to our improvement program for our construction units, including training, but we've also advertised and gotten the support from engineering associations to help to allocate retired private sector contractors to help to advise our construction unit managers so that they can manage the construction units more efficiently. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Ramaila, are you satisfied with the answers, or do you want to have a follow-up quickly?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You know, my worry is we're seeing Mopani is committed to make sure that they're going to fast track through the acceleration plan. But it's reported here that door construction, its performance is at 1% per month. Yeah, that is not satisfactory. But let me accept with the explanation from the DG that they are doing something to really ensure that the performance of the unit is improved. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Honourable Kobe.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to speak, I'd like to extend firstly my greetings and appreciation to the department and also the Mopani municipality for these very, very extensive presentations. I think also just to appreciate the work that has been done. I attended the oversight with the Deputy President and the Minister and the Deputy Ministers. And really, it was wonderful to see that finally there is movement. There are people who are getting water from their homes. Now, I just want to speak to quickly the issue of the communities around the Middle Letaba, which are not currently do not have water. They say there's a term solution, which the department has budgeted 200 million for, so that they can refurbish boreholes and such. I'm worried. What is the current situation looking like for communities at the moment? I remember, I think in one of the meetings that the DDG, Mr. Mate did say that we must not create a narrative that people are currently not getting water, even with these interventions at hand. So if we are looking for a short-term solution that will cost the department a further 200 million, I'm afraid to ask what is happening at the moment. Shouldn't we rather focus on more sustainable and long-term solutions, which will ensure that monies are used effectively and avoid a situation where we had boreholes being refurbished at 175,000 per borehole. I think the previous issues that we have experienced with this project could be avoided now. So I would like to know, would the 200 million not be used to be funneled and fast-tracked into a much more sustainable and long-term solution? And what is currently happening with these communities at Middle Letaba? Also, I think during the the oversight, there was an issue of ZZ2, which has the capacity to sort of, as you know, to augment the supply at Middle Letaba. And they said there had been preliminary reports to that end. I'd like to know what is the progress in terms of that, so that maybe we could see a solution being fast-tracked instead of waiting for many more years down the line. Thank you, Chair. That's my contribution.
Thank you very much. Minister?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair, and to Honorable Kobe. Chair, maybe at some point you'll have to prevail on how we do our work and how the Portfolio Committee does its work. The Portfolio Committee, which some of us we once served, it has its own oversight. So that when you come back, when you discuss, you are at the same level. Honorable Kobe, she did her own oversight, interfering with what was done by the executive. And it may be out of interest, but we must try to avoid such. We must try to avoid such as much as possible. To respond to this on the ZZ2, the honorable members, especially those who have been serving in this committee, might be aware that there was an investigation which was commissioned by Honorable the previous minister. When that report was tabled, the community was not happy and rejected that report around ZZ2. Then a new commission has been appointed, which is led by Honorable Retired Judge Mwepe. They are going to finish their work by January, because they want to go to detail on each and everything what has happened as per the complaints by the community. However, when we were there on the 6th, we then said, let the department together with the board and municipality go and engage with ZZ2, notwithstanding that there's an investigation that is underway. They must engage with them that they must release water, and water must reach the communities. So we gave about 14 to 21 days that that engagement must be done, but also they must assess the claims based on the report, because that report can be used as a springboard towards ensuring that we get a solution to that. But it's not a final report, as I've said, that the community had some reservations on that report. Yeah, I think that was the question that was really coming to me, unless there's something that I've missed, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Can we get answers on the use of the 200 million and then the augmentation progress report on that? Minister, whether the department will answer that questions, and maybe
yes, let DG respond. Thank you very much.
And then, Honourable Minister, it is also the right of the individual member, Honourable Kobe, to do on her own oversight. It does not need to be with the committee, and I think it would be a sad day if we stop members of parliament to do their own oversight. So I think it could have been a misunderstanding, but it is a right to do that oversight. Can we then ask the Deputy Minister then, Honourable, to deal with that question then?
No, the Chair is the DG that will respond on the issues of money. Minister has dealt adequately with the question of the people that are struggling in the Limikli Letaba, even when DG presented, and that met of an engagement in the meantime, that Minister is saying, just for some release, is the directive that she has given the team.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister Sitolo, would you like to add something? Or can I continue to the DG?
Chairperson, you can continue. I'm a little bit under the weather, but I am following the meeting.
Okay. DG, over to you. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, just to go back briefly on the construction unit, it was mentioned earlier that the Pele Northern Water has appointed a large Grade 9 CIDB registered contractor to support the construction unit. So we are confident that the timeframes will be met on the bulk work because of that support that's being provided to the construction unit. On the issue of the 200 million Rand projects, Rizimati will respond to that. Rizimati?
Thanks, DG. The question raised by Honorable Member Kobe is basically on the borehole issues. Yes, Chair, the reason why the department is doing the reticulation to these villages is to provide sustainable water to these communities permanently. So boreholes have and always been not reliable at times. They must be allowed to recharge and so forth. But that comment on the 200 million or so was actually alluded to by our colleague in Mopan, which I think they should be able to clarify. It should be MIG funded projects. And the qualification of the statement that a perception shouldn't be created that there's been no water in Giyani for years was on the basis that while the reticulation for the 55 villages was under planning and so forth, there was intermittent water supply by Mopane through tankering through some of these boreholes that needs to be refurbish some of them to continue providing water in the interim, while the permanent solution to have yard connections, as the minister indicated, will be provided. But if Chair, we may allow Mopane to clarify on the 200 funding specifically on the boreholes refurbishment in the interim. But we must make it clear that as the department, we are looking at the long-term permanent solutions, and hence we are talking phase 2 for the rest of the other villages on reticulations to augment the connections, as the minister clarified in the opening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mopani, would you like to add something to the question on the 200 million?
Thank you, Chairperson. The 200 million is the budget that they would require in the meantime to be able to refurbish the existing boreholes and put package plant so that the people can be benefiting on the 41 villages while the department is busy with the investigations and funding of the construction of a weir in the Klein Letaba River that will supply water directly to Middle Letaba. And once that is done, the people will be able to receive water as per what we've been directed to do so by the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kobe, are you happy?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think I'm clarified. I'm clarified on all ends, and thank you, Chair, for providing direction in terms of the role that we play with oversight. That's all from my end.
Thank you, Honorable Ditebe. It's your turn now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me switch on the video momentarily, then I'll switch it off. Can you see me, Chair?
We can see you. Handsome.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Chairperson, let me start off by commending the Executive Mayor and his team for anticipating risks involved in the project by identifying them, recognizing them, and indeed managing the whole pipeline of the project, that is, so that people in the area affected should know that indeed today is better and that tomorrow will be even better with regards to the provision of water in the affected area. And we wish them well in extending supply of water to the rest of the 15 other villages, having started with only 9 now. And there is a point that I think Honorable Masala made about the district development model, and listening to the department, listening to the executive mayor, it is quite obvious that the department has taken, working obviously with the district municipality and all other affected parties, extraordinary steps in going beyond what it ordinarily, by operation of the law, is supposed to do, just to ensure that there is a bulk supply of water. The department has gotten so involved, going as far as the point of reticulation, something ordinarily that, as you know, municipalities ought to be doing, but perhaps also to restore confidence in the workings of government, governance as a whole. So we are very happy with that, and we would like the rest of the other villages to be expedited, the process to be expedited, so that they too can have access to water. But also, of course, as the minister said, thanks also to the minister and the deputy president for doing the oversight on their part, because we have constantly raised this issue of the 55 villages. It is quite obvious that huge amounts of money are going to be required to ensure that all the 55 villages in the process, to the extent that there is raw water that needs to be made available, but also bulk supply in terms of treatment, that is of raw water, the plant there, but also the bulk supply and ultimately reticulation. So just out of interest here, there being 9 villages now, I don't know how many people all in all, that is households, 9 villages in those rather households in those 9 villages, how many of them all in all? Has the district municipality working with local municipalities, perhaps in the same way that it has anticipated risks in the process, has it thought about taking proactive measures to ensure that actual consumers of water as a trading service at household level, business level, etc., do act that have the means to do so? I'm raising this, Chairperson, as you know, that we are faced with a state of imminence of bankruptcy, that is, of at least 2 water boards, Mahali's Water and Val Central Water, due to a plethora of factors, all of which connive, chief of which I'd say is non-payment of consumption of water by households, businesses, etc., but also poor governance mechanisms on the part of local municipalities. So to the extent that the department has walked this path with the district and the local municipalities, I'm urging the district municipality working with the local municipalities to ensure that we do not experience the sort of danger that is facing Mahali's and Val Central. And lastly, Chairperson, while at that, I think the 2023 report indicated that is the blue drop, green drop, no drop, etc., that if there is no maintenance work that gets done, that there are huge risks there. I understand that for us to get the whole situation under control. I would imagine it's in respect of water and sanitation. The country needs about 100 billion rand to take care of the whole situation with regards to water and sanitation. Now, has the district municipality begun conferring with local municipalities to ensure that now that people have potable water in various households in those villages, that they pay for that, but also that the blue drop status of that water is constantly monitored, working with the department, so that there aren't huge maintenance costs that have to be incurred later on, months later, because we still have those many other villages, apart from the 15 others, it's 55 in total, we are informed, so that in the process, citizens can be active, they can appreciate, water as a trade-in service. Those that can afford to pay, do pay, but that the quality of water also is constantly monitored, given the fact that there is a great deal of opportunity in that this is a new project from the point of view of people getting a reticulated water right in their own yards. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. District Municipality, would you like to answer?
Thank you, Chairperson. The issue of the number of households on the 9 villages, I think on the presentation, on the annexures, we have attached, and on the annexures, it shows the 9 villages, the total number of households in that specific village, and the number that is currently benefiting. So that information is attached. And as far as...
My apology, can you just give us the that amount now, please?
Okay, I have to go to my presentation.
Thank you very much. As he is looking for that, the presentation state 4,447 that are currently benefiting from the 9 pipelines that which are mentioned there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think he has already covered me, but I'll just indicate the slide is written further details on practically completed projects. That's where we've listed all the projects together with the number of households as what the executive mayor has indicated. And then the other question that was raised was on issues relating to cost recovery. The department is funding us fully, including cost recovery on areas where the people are already benefiting the entire village. We have already started with a pilot project. We've gathered all the baseline information. We're currently piloting with Ndindan and Wakuane village. And the process is at an advanced stage. The communities are going to start to receiving the bills, and they will be expected to pay from the 3 kiloliters of water that we pay. What will happen is we'll provide the normal 6 kiloliters as per our indigent policy, and once a person exceeds, then they will be able to do. We've done consultations even before we started with implementation of the projects, so the community are fully aware and they are supporting because they can be able to see that we are serious with this. In as far as Blue Drop and is concerned, yes, we are aware of that and we are keeping up with the maintenance as required, but it's safe to assure you that even in terms of water quality, because that is one of the objectives of doing the refurbishment. The water quality of Nsami has since improved, and we can say to this committee that in the next assessment, the Giyani Nsami water treatment works will be Blue Drop compliant, because we have done all the the refurbishment, and all that is associated with that. Just also to make the committee aware, the first blue drops that were done in the province in the past, it was Greater Tzaneen Municipality, which at the time when we got that blue drop award, I was leading the technical department, and we also, to a certain extent, also obtained a blue drop. So we know exactly what is it that is expected of us. So this work that we've started, we will make it a point that all our wastewater treatment works and our water treatment works comply as per those standards. I think I'll pause at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Detebe, do you have a follow-up on this?
Yes, Chairperson. I just, there's another question related to the blue drop status, and this relates to non-revenue water. And is that also being taken care of? I would imagine it being a new pipeline that they are also doing that. We just need the assurance, because one of the water boards in the country, I think it's Rand Water, is very good at managing that. We need to learn best practices from one another. That would be my next question, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can you answer on that question quickly, Mopani?
Thank you, Chairperson. We are also in the process of coming up with systems to deal with your non-revenue water. So, yeah, it is something that we are currently considering. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dlanga.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. I'm just working on my video. I'm sure that
you can continue.
I do appear now.
Yeah, you do appear. You can continue.
Sit properly, like how Mr. Busman.
Yeah.
Honorable
thank you so much.
I blame that beverage. Chair.
Yeah, exactly.
Continue. Can we please continue, members?
Thank
Go
you so
ahead,
much.
honorable member.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, for this opportunity. To me, it's becoming clear that this Giyani project as a whole is a complex animal to handle. But I appreciate the leadership provided under difficult circumstances, that so far we're getting a good and a clear progress on the work being done. It is being clearly outlined that there are challenges and there are ways to address such challenges. I've only got two questions, which the first one was raised by Honorable Ramaile. It's more about the Mfami water treatment works, where the report says that the action taken is that there was an investigation on the non-functional plant. And then the work being done is that the municipality is working on the determination of the total costs, which we upload that. However, there is a gap even on that reporting. When they started and when they are likely to finish it, because it got serious bearings. And you have noted that there were questions related to this what will be done to the very same service provider involved and so on and so on. It's an area that must be clear. It can't be unending, like a long pipeline that will take years to take out water to our people. The second area that I need clarity on is on the question of the protection of the canal so that it doesn't get contaminated. The report says that there is a temporal fence that has been installed. Then the question that comes to me, on the basis that clean water is a priority, what then is the long-term plan to make sure that there is a permanent protection of the canal to avoid any further or future contamination? Those are the two questions, Chair, I wanted clarity on. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I start with the Minister to answer on the investigation as well as on the protection of the canal before we go to Mopani? Thank you. Minister, you are muted.
Really, I'm sorry, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair, and to Honourable Member Lelanga. Let me start by the issue of a canal. Chair, most of the canals, they are open canals. The temporal fence was put in order to protect the canal, but also to protect the community where this canal is going through. The next step should be to replace that canal with a water pipe, but that water which is in that canal currently is not a drinkable water. That water is channeled through that canal to the water treatment plant. So and what we said is that we must speed up a program that will also make people not to be tempted to want to use that water as raw as it is. It is just a raw water, not purified. So, with the challenges of water, when people see water and it looks very clean, they might think that it's a well-processed water, whereas it is not. Hence, the temporal fence around the tunnel. But also, we said we must as well mobilize communities to establish water committees so that they also take care of that water. When it comes to investigation, I did not get that point thoroughly about. I think it should be DG and municipality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chair. Rizimati will answer both of the questions. Rizimati.
Before he answers the questions, DG, can we just also ask whether you have looked at putting slabs over the canal, or would that be too expensive that in future you will have to pipe it? Maybe if you can add that as well. Thank you.
Yes. Rizimati.
Thanks, DG. Chair, the original design for the open canal, as the minister said, they were actually open systems. But due to the change in the settlement patterns in that area, in the past, that area used to be an unoccupied area, and that canal was far away from residents. But due to the settlement patterns now, that area is now changed. It's occupied by people closer. The intention is to have that open canal as a closed conduit, so that it's a closed pipe. It's about 7 kilometers or so to the dam and Summit Dam. Hence, the presentation from our colleague is that we are looking into that as the department, so that in the long term, that section of the pipe is actually closed up for safety. But for now, there's a fence that has been put up so that we are still able to transmit water through to Nsami. On the other issue of the treatment, water treatment plant that has actually been referred, there is a portion. I think our colleague from Opana did speak to this, that there was an additional 6 megs water treatment plant which has actually not been functional. It was commissioned but never really worked any further. There are some structural changes or estimation, or rather assessment, that has been done by the structural engineers in that treatment plant to look at the condition thereof. Now, the utilization of it is actually at risk. Hence, even when we speak on the additional 10 megaliters as a department, we are looking at upgrading the proper system to add to the existing one. So that treatment plant, the 6 megs, which was commissioned and never worked, is not in a good state. But we must say, Chair, that there are some of the valves and pumps, high lift pumps and low lift pumps, that we have picked up in our assessment, that we are of the view that they can still be utilized in the new pumps once they get installed. So not all will actually be not useful, but I think in terms of the progress thereof, our colleague in Mopane has actually clarified on that, and we can maybe like give them a chance in terms of the funding processes that was followed to where the project is, and clarify that matter. But be as it may, that is basically how we can clarify the matter on the side of the department. Maybe Mopane Chair can come in terms of clarifying the issue of the funding and so forth. Thanks.
Thank you. Mopane, would you like to add?
Thank you, Chair. I think the DDG covered partly, but I will just add further. What is happening is on that failed plant, as he has explained, there are certain components that are going to be reused on the upgrade. That is that proposed 10 megaliters, which is going to be funded through the RBIC funding. So those components are going to be removed and stored at the treatment works. When the upgrade process starts, we are not going to procure any new of those high lift and low lift pumps and some of the valves that are still going to be reused. And the process that is currently taking place in as far as the recovery is concerned, we have appointed a QS that is basically dealing with the BOQ and removing and costing properly the issues which are supposed to be dealt with by the contractor. Like as we are saying, that some of the components will be used on the structural part of the building, which it's going to be demolished completely, which is not going to be used. Those are the parts which we need to get correct amounts, which are then going to be claimed from both the engineer and the contractor. So in as far as the duration is concerned, I'm going to request, Chairperson, that we can be able to provide the information at a later stage, because I'm just afraid that I commit onto something that is not really doable. So I humbly request that I be given a chance to provide on the duration in terms of when we are going to finish the process.
So would you then send us a report on the end date, expected end date for this project, please?
Yes, that is what I wanted to request, Chair. 14
days, please, and then send that to us. Can I then ask the Deputy Minister, Matobo, you would like to say something on this?
No, Chair, I want us to be on record that in the previous administration and now, we have directed Mopane to act on the poor workmanship that happened there. The executive mayor is aware. Whoever built the plant that failed, Chairperson, Action must be taken. Must be taken. One of the biggest inconvenience why the people of Mopani now, they don't have water, is the capacity of a treatment works. We don't have enough treatment capability. Money was lost, very big money, close to more than 70 million rands. And Mopani must still be able to come back and say, what are they doing on consequence management? That's point number one, on the behavior of the contract. Then the technical issue about the probability of reviving that treatment plant because it was an upgrade to the existing one for that additional capacity. I don't have a problem that they should be able to do that, but you will know, Chair, even previously, on record, someone must answer why it happened and someone must be brought to book. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would Mopani also take into cognizance what the Deputy Minister has said and also indicate in their report to us where are the investigation and with who are the investigations, so that we could also, if it's with the SIU, we will invite them to come and explain. Can I ask Honourable Ditlanga, are you happy with the answers on your questions? Yeah, I wonder whether he has lost connection. Colleagues, there is a second round for questions now. Is there any further questions that we would like to ask on Giyani? I see Honourable Ramahila, is that your, is it an old hand or a follow-up question?
Sorry, it's an old hand, Chair. Sorry.
Okay, Honourable Matlala, your hand is up. Honourable Matlala, you are muted.
No, thanks so much, Chair. I would like to pose another question as follows. Given that the project has faced significant delays and stoppages from 2014 to 2021, and with the current timeline suggesting completion by March 2025, what specific measures are being implemented to ensure that these delays do not recur? I'm talking about the phase one that of the 24 villages and the entire project of Giyani. The other question is the estimated cost of the water services component of the project is approximately 5.5 billion. How do you justify this expenditure, especially considering the previous allegation of corruption and mismanagement? What safeguards are in place to prevent further financial mismanagement? And Chair, in terms of capacity and functionality, with the Giyani water treatment works previously dysfunctional, what evidence can you provide that the refurbishment and upgrades are currently functioning as intended and meeting the water supply needs? Chairperson, the last question I want to ask is on environmental concerns. How is the project addressing the environmental impacts associated with the construction of the Nandoni to Nsami pipeline and the extraction of water from these sources, especially in light of the ongoing drought conditions affecting water availability? And lastly, Chair, could the department or either the Mopani district please clarify us on 24 villages versus the 9 villages? How many villages are getting water? Is it 24 or 9? It seems like we are not getting proper clarity in terms of that. And if it's 9 villages. Did the department misled the committee when they reported that 24 villages were getting water during the 27 August meetings that we had with the department? And in that meeting, we also requested that the department must furnish us with a list of communities that got water. And we're still waiting for that list. When are we getting the list? Because we want to do our own oversight. And for us to do oversight, we need to have the list of those villages that are getting water so that we can go and verify ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Mohlala. Honorable Chair, indeed, on the 27th of August, we said 24 villages are getting water, but we separated those villages. We said 20 out of the 24, the 15 villages are getting water not in their yards, but they are getting water in the vicinity of about 200 meters away. They fetch water. There are standpipes where they get water. Then we said the 9 villages are then connected through the in-yard connection. So that is how we explained here in the portfolio committee. On the significance of delays, we share the same sentiments with Honorable Mohlala that moving forward, we must ensure that we put all measures to avoid the recurrence of the previous the acts, and to ensure that there is clear risk intervention to say this money must be monitored to the latter. But I will allow the DG to come in on as well as the municipality to say what are the measures that are put in place to avoid recurrence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Can I just for clarity so that we don't come back to this in future again. So, Minister, what you are saying is 9 villages are connected on stand. Other villages do have water, but the 9 villages are connected on each and every stand. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, Honorable Chair, you understood me very well. We're saying all 24 villages are getting water, but not on the same level. Others are connected in yard, others are not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just to add to what the Minister has said, as we put on slide 19 of the presentation, the reticulation is being done in 2 phases. The first phase consists of connections of household connections in 24 villages. And to date, 9 villages have household connections. The other 15 of those 24 villages have communal standpipes currently, but as part of phase 1, we're also going to upgrade the connections in those other villages to household connections. So our target is by December of this year, not March next year. Our target is by December of this year to have completed phase 1, which will mean that all of the 24 villages will have household connections by December this year. The 9 villages which have so far, in terms of the progress, received household connections are listed in the slide on slide 19. And the other 14 villages which are still to obtain the house, or 15 villages, sorry, which are still to obtain the household connections as phase 1 gets completed this year, are listed in the following slide on slide 20. With regard to the delays, Chairperson, in the presentation, we indicated that the delays for 9 years or so in the project were caused by 2 or 3 main reasons. The first main reason was a lack of integrated planning, and that at the time the department didn't plan for bulk and reticulation at the same time. And I indicated that we've addressed that problem. So you can see from the presentation, both by us and by Mopani District Municipality, that there's now highly integrated planning between the department and the district municipality. So we don't envisage that that planning challenge will again result in delays in the project, because we're now doing the planning in a highly integrated way between DWS and the district municipality and the water board. The second reason why there were delays was because there was corruption in the Lepeli Northern Water, as we said in the presentation, which caused major delays in the construction of the 40-kilometer pipeline from Nandoni to Nsani. To avoid the risk of corruption now in the major works that are happening now, we are working closely with Mopani District Municipality. We've gone as far as requesting the district municipality to allow some of our officials to sit on their bid committees so that we can observe the processes and we can ensure that the procurement processes are regular. So we are very closely monitoring the implementation of the work by Mopani District Municipality to make sure that the procurement processes are regular. Also at Lepeli Northern Water, as indicated in the presentation, those officials who were involved in the previous corruption have either resigned or been dismissed. And we believe that the governance in the Lepeli Northern Water has greatly improved, and that we don't have any evidence that that kind of corruption that was occurred in the past is continuing at Lepeli Northern Water. Honourable Mohlala also asked a question about the water treatment works at Mopani, at Giyani water treatment works being dysfunctional. And I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding here, in that the main water treatment works at Giyani Water Treatment Works has been refurbished so that it is now fully functional. It is now producing 30 megalitres per day of water, which is what it's supposed to produce. It is fully functional. It is not dysfunctional. I think what is being misunderstood is that there was an additional 6 megalitre upgrade plant, which was built by Mopani District Municipality, I think using MIG funding some time ago. And that additional part is dysfunctional. But the main water treatment works, we have assisted Mopani District Municipality to refurbish, and it is now fully functional. Honourable Mohlala also asked a question about the environmental impact. It's standard practice on all of our major projects for environmental impact assessments to be done. They have to be done by law. So an environmental impact assessment was done as part of the planning processes before that 40-kilometer pipeline was done. Thank you, Chairperson. Perhaps Risimati might like to add. Risimati?
Thanks, DG. The only addition I want to make to Honourable Mohlala is that we can be able to provide the update that by the time the department took over the project with Mopani to upgrade that water treatment, to refurbish and optimize it, that plant was operating at 15 megalitres a day. Now it has been refurbished and optimized to 30 megalitres a day. We should be able, through the team of the Executive Mayor, Mahai and the team, to produce what we call the total flow rate, so that you can see how much production has the plant realized since we start optimizing it until where it is now. You'll be able to measure in a graph that it was here and now it's sitting at this. That information, Chair, can be provided as part of what Mopani has to provide in the next 14 days, so that you can see the growth in productivity since the intervention. So that data can basically be provided. DG, the other issue, I think maybe we must also clarify that the information that the Honourable Mohlala said they looked for was basically submitted. Chair, maybe Chair should confirm that through the office of the DG, we did submit the information of those 9 villages that we said they are currently receiving water as part of phase 1 of the 24 villages. And I think that information should be made available, but DG just clarified it. It also forms part of this presentation. DG, the other point that I also think is crucial to clarify is that in the opening remarks, when Minister was clarifying the various components, we must make it clear that the reticulation of 55 villages, it's a new scope of the project that started 2022. It did not start with the original scope of 2014 when Lepelle was doing the bulk services and reservoirs and everything. So the two needs to be separated, Chair, because members will go out of the platform saying that Giyani started in 2014, but people are only going to get water in 2026. It will basically be misleading the public. The reticulation of 55 villages started 2 years ago, and we are not even behind the schedule. Hence, we're saying 24 villages are in course. We'll start with phase 2 of the 31 villages. The delays were happening on the bulk services, which DG has clarified. And just to put it into perspective, the pipelines that were laid is about 325 kilometers. It's like traveling a distance from Joburg to Polokwane. It consists of reservoirs and so many things. However, yes, there have been delays in that project. Hence, DG indicated that they are grade 9 CE contractors through Lepelle as part of the intervention to ensure that they get accelerated for completion, so that by the time we augment phase 2 of the 31 villages, the project reaches final completion. So all these are completely integrated. I thought I should just clarify that issue as per the opening remarks from the Minister. Thank you, DG. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think we have now concluded on the clarified of the 9, to clarify on the 9 villages. We understand that. Can I give this now to Honorable Mosikatsi for the questions?
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. Let me take this opportunity to greet the Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister, the Honorable Executive Mayor, Honorable members, and all officials present on the platform. Chair, mine is just one question, but before I ask the question, let me just appreciate and welcome the good work that has been done by the Department of Water and Sanitation to assess the municipality. My question to the mayor will be, what mechanisms has the municipality put in place to ensure that the issue of water treatment plants and water recirculation is properly maintained in a sustainable manner? The reason being, Chair, the department has been taking efforts to ensure that they assess the municipality so that the department is not requested to come back in maybe a year or 2 years to come and address the same issues. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Executive Mayor, could you answer the question?
Chairperson.
Honorable Ditebe, would you like to add something to the question?
Yes, please. Chair, just for clarity, and thank you very much to Mr. Rismati on the response. Now, the 5.3 billion rand, does it cover the rest of the project that is phase 2, which encompasses 31 villages? Or is it just the remainder of the 15 villages to make a total of 24? It does sound to me like the quantum involved affects the entirety of the 31 villages. Just that clarity so that we understand. And thank you very much. That part that you explained was a bit unclear. Thank you.
Can I ask that we first get a response from the Mayor on Honorable Mosikatsi's question, and then we can go back to the department to clarify the 5.3 billion rand.
Mr. Mahai, on the O&M at the level of the water treatment plant.
Thank you, Chairperson and Executive Mayor. As part of the close-up report, the PSPs that have been appointed are also providing us with O&M manuals, which we are keeping, and also the as-built drawings. So we are going to do maintenance and budget for it properly. But at this stage, there isn't any maintenance that is expected on the infrastructure that has just been completed. So these are going to assist us for the future to budget properly for maintenance, so that we keep we always safeguard and increase lifespan of this asset. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we now get an answer on Honorable Ditebe's 5.3 billion question? Minister?
Oh, okay.
Chair, let DG and DDG respond to that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. The figure that we talked about was 5.5 billion. And that we said in the presentation, we indicated that 5.5 billion has three components. 2 billion for the bulk infrastructure, 1.3 billion for phase one, which is currently underway, reticulation, and 2.2 billion for phase two, which is going to start next year. So if you add those up, it comes to the 5.5 billion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That has clarified that. Colleagues, it seems there's no further questions on Giyani. I would like to thank the Executive Mayor and his team from Mopani. Thank you for availing yourself for questioning today. You are more than welcome now to leave the platform as we then request the department to continue with the next presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
DG, can we continue, or Minister, can we continue with the next presentation?
Yes, yes, through you, Chair and honorable members, let the DG continue. But I just wish to highlight, Honorable Chair, that this matter of bucket eradication program has moved 3 times between departments since its inception, but also in the entire country when assessment was done and audit of bucket system was done. Most buckets were found in 4 provinces: the Eastern Cape with 7,000, Free State with 32,000, Northern Cape with 14,000, and Northwest with 3,000. And therefore, the high number was in Free State. Hence, the program focused in Free State, but the presentation is going to detail, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, on what how far are we and what are the challenges and how are we intending to rectify such. Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. May the DG go ahead in terms of presentation. Thank you.
Colleagues, can I quickly ask whether there is anyone that needs a 5-minute comfort break before we go to the last presentation? Or should we continue?
No, let's continue, Chair. We are having debates today. We need to finish early.
Chair, you know, some of us are much older than Rebecca, you know, so can you have that?
Can I request that we have a 5-minute comfort break quickly? Let's have a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Ribs.
So, see how you? I'm okay. Do you have a minute? Yes. I've spoken to.
Honorable Minister, please mute.
Thank you.
Minister Bona, siyaku value mic lapho nguba ithola.
Before sizwe indaba esingamelanga sizizwe.
There's nothing not to hear. Ucela ufuna ukuzizwa.
Can we continue with this presentation, honourable members?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I thought, Honourable Chair, I did make a few remarks on the background of this, and that there were four major provinces that were found to have high backlog on bucket system. I therefore requested through you that you allow the DG to make presentation. Thank you, Chair.
My apology, Minister. You're correct. DG, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So as indicated by the Minister, both the sanitation function and the bucket eradication program along with it have resided in 4 different departments or have had 3 moves between departments since the inception of the program. And the result of that is that each time it moved between departments, the new leaderships that it fell under decided to approach the implementation of the program differently, and decided often to use different implementing agents. That has been one of the major causes for the delays in the achievement of the targets of the bucket eradication program, because each time it moved and each time that there was a change in approach to the program, it resulted in major delays to its implementation. The other main reason why the program has been delayed for many years is because it wasn't properly planned at its inception. Firstly, there was an assumption that the buckets would be upgraded to ventilate and improve pit latrines, but that was found not to be feasible in urban areas, and a decision was taken to change it to waterborne sewage systems. But there was an assumption that it would be possible to merely install toilets and connect those toilets to the bulk water supply, to the bulk wastewater systems without upgrading the wastewater treatment systems. And there was no planning for upgrade of bulk wastewater treatment systems. And then as the project was being implemented and it was found that actually those connections to the bulk wastewater treatment systems couldn't be made because the bulk wastewater treatment systems didn't have the capacity to deal with the additional sewage loads coming into them. So a number of the projects had to be redesigned and new elements added of upgrading to bulk wastewater systems, which resulted in significant delays in those projects. Next slide. Next slide. So just to unpack that summary in detail, this whole program started in 2012 when the Department of Human Settlements, which included the sanitation function at that time, commissioned an audit of the state of sanitation and found that in some provinces, some communities are still using the bucket system in both formal and informal areas. And buckets, through that audit, buckets were found in 4 provinces in the Eastern Cape, Free State, Northern Cape, and Northwest. And then in 2012, the Department of Human Settlements decided to initiate the bucket eradication program, focusing its scope was limited to the buckets that had been found in informal settlements in those 4 provinces. And the Department of Human Settlements then formed a collaboration with the Department of Cogta and what was then the Department of Water Affairs and Forestry to implement the program. And jointly, and different entities of those different 3 departments were given different parts of the project to implement. I've covered the challenges with planning and that no proper feasibility studies were carried out, and that when it was found that actually upgrades were required to bulk wastewater treatment infrastructure, that resulted in significant delays. And it's those projects which have required upgrades to bulk wastewater infrastructure which are still not yet complete and are still being completed by DWS. Next slide. Then in 2014, the Minister of Human Settlements there was a recommendation that from the Select Committee on Appropriations that entities shouldn't be used to implement the bucket eradication program. But then before measures could be taken in that regard, in 2014, the sanitation function was taken out of the Department of Human Settlements and given to the Department of Water and Sanitation when the new Department of Water and Sanitation was created in 2014. So DWS verified the numbers and decided to allow the water boards and other entities and other departments to complete what was in process. And then it also decided to use its construction unit to complete the bulk wastewater treatment work in those projects where that bulk wastewater treatment was required, which consisted of outfall sewers and pump stations. Next slide. Then in 2019, there was another change, and the Department of Water and Sanitation was joined together with the Department of Human Settlements to create the Ministry of Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation. And with that change, there was then a decision, firstly a decision for Gift of the Givers to take over the construction of the bulk wastewater services. But that appointment was found to be irregular by the Auditor General National Treasury, and that was stopped, and that resulted in a further delay. And the appointment of Gift of the Givers eventually being cancelled. Then in 2020, the minister at the time directed that the bucket eradication program be transferred from DWS back to the Department of Human Settlements, and that the Housing Development Agency should manage and implement the project. And the Housing Development Agency then appointed contractors to do all that bulk services work. Then in 2021, there was another change, and the Ministry of Water and Sanitation was recreated again without the Department of Human Settlements. And as a result, the bucket eradication program was moved back again from the Department of Human Settlements to the Department of Water and Sanitation. And the Department of Water and Sanitation, after doing due diligence, took over the Housing Development Agency's contracts that had been put in place by the Department of Human Settlements. So thankfully, since then, there haven't been any more changes, and we've been focusing on implementation and getting the bulk work done and the remaining buckets addressed since we managed to appoint contractors for all the projects by March of 2022 and to take over some of the Housing Development Agency contracts. Next slide, please. So this is the current progress. If you just go back to the previous slide, we indicated that there were 4 provinces in which the original audit found. There were 4 provinces in which the original audit found that there were buckets, which was Northwest, Eastern Cape, Free State, and Northern Cape. Currently, the current situation is that there are incomplete projects in 2 provinces, being Northern Cape and Free State. The projects are complete in Eastern Cape and Northwest. Okay, go back. So this table shows the projects which are complete now in the Free State. There's still one which is incomplete, which is Campbell, which involves, which is one of those delayed because of the bulk wastewater issues. And then the remaining incomplete ones are in Free State. Sorry, it shows the complete ones in the Northern Cape, and then the remaining incomplete ones in Free State. But as you can see, that there is ongoing progress between March 2023 and August 2024, such that Most of the projects are more than 70% complete. There's one that's still 63% complete, but the rest are more than 70% complete. And the estimated completion date for most of them is December this year, but there are two which are only due to be complete in March next year due to more substantial and complex bulk works required. Next slide, please. These projects have been subject to the normal problems that occur on construction projects, which have resulted in some delays in the construction work since 2022, when the current DWS took over, including things such as, for example, high water tables, disruption of projects by business forums, contractual disputes between contractors and subcontractors, etc. Next slide, please. As indicated previously to the Portfolio Committee, the scope of this program has been limited to those buckets found in formal settlements in the original audit carried out by the Department of Human Settlements. But there may be buckets being put in place in informal settlements around the country as they arise. The eradication of buckets is a moving target, and there may still be other buckets, particularly in informal settlements, once this program is complete. Next slide, please. To address this problem, we developed a national sanitation framework, which was approved by Cabinet in March last year, which set a policy framework for sanitation in South Africa. And one of the things that it said in terms of policy is that buckets should be outlawed altogether. And that should be done through the minimum norms and standards for water and sanitation that are issued by the Department of Water and Sanitation in through the Water Services Act. So we've been working on that process. We developed those new national norms and standards for water and sanitation services, and we issued them for public consultation in January this year. They've been through a comprehensive consultation process across the country involving municipalities, and we've currently finalizing the revisions based on the results of the public consultation process, and getting the state attorney to check whether, based on the revisions, we need to do further public consultation, or whether the minister can now issue those revised norms and standards. Once the norms and standards are issued, we can then focus on ensuring that they're adhered to by municipalities, and that municipalities do not issue buckets anywhere, including in informal settlements. And with the coming revisions with the Water Services Act Amendment Bill, which we've also been on a public consultation process for, and which we're just waiting for the approval of the State Law Advisor before submitting to Cabinet for approval for submission to Parliament. With those amendments then read together with the revised norms and standards, the issuing of buckets will become an offence, a criminal offence, as certain gross non-compliance is currently a criminal offence in terms of the National Water Act. Next slide, please. My final slide talks a little about developing alternative appropriate sanitation technologies. South Africa is a highly water-scarce country, and we can't afford to be putting so much clean treated water into wastewater treatment systems on a daily basis. With our growing population and hopefully our increasingly growing economy in the future, given that we're a water-scarce country, we're not going to be able to continue as we are and consume the amounts of water per capita that we're currently consuming and using so much water for sanitation. And we need to look at alternative, more appropriate technologies for sanitation in South Africa. Fortunately, we're not the only country in the world in this situation, and there's a growing body of research internationally on alternative forms of sanitation. We invited our colleagues from our Water Research Commission to join us in the meeting today so they can assist with questions about this. But a major area of research of the Water Research Commission is on this area of more appropriate sanitation technologies. When I say appropriate, there's sanitation technologies which use much less water and which are often on-site sanitation technologies. So they don't require huge investments in centralized wastewater treatment works, and which are very challenging to manage. And as we can see from the Green Drop reports, most municipalities in South Africa are struggling to adequately manage their wastewater treatment works. So we envisage that in the future, there will be a shift in South Africa towards more appropriate sanitation technologies. As DWS and the Water Research Commission, we want to be at the forefront of that shift. In our revised norms and standards, we're strongly encouraging municipalities to consider alternative forms of sanitation when new developments are put in place. And also, we also want to prohibit municipalities from allowing new developments to connect to wastewater treatment systems where those wastewater treatment systems don't have the capacity to deal with additional load, which should also in itself become an incentive for developers to start looking at alternative on-site sanitation technologies. Next slide, please. Then just a few pictures, Chairperson, before I finish. This shows an outfall sewer to a pump station in Cropland. Our program manager, Andre van der Walt, is in the meeting. He's currently in Cropland. He's on site doing oversight of this project. The middle picture shows one of the examples of the problems that I mentioned of high water tables, which has resulted in delays of some of the project. Next slide, please. Again, just to show some of the extent of the bulk work that's had to be done for those areas where the bulk wastewater treatment systems weren't sufficient to deal with the additional load. This shows the construction of a new pump station. Next slide, please. And on the right-hand side, it shows that we had to blast rock in some areas, which was the cause of some of the delays. Next slide, please, Suko. Again, showing more of the bulk work which had to be put in place on some of these projects, which wasn't originally planned for. Next slide. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DG. Would the Research Commission, would they like to add something before we start with the questioning?
I could. This is Sudhir Pillai from the Water Research Commission. Would you like me to put my camera on and speak a little bit?
Yeah, please. I would appreciate that.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I think it's almost afternoon. I'm Sudhir Pillai. I'm from the Water Research Commission. I think what the GG has said is correct. We are a water-scarce country. To provide full flushing toilets, I know one metro costed at 60 billion, and that's without the HR component. If weather patterns continue the way they've been continuing, and we have continuous droughts, it's not only these areas that will be affected. So we're busy trying to work hard on these new type of technologies. So one is storage. So let's say you don't have water for like 2 or 3 days. Can you still use your sanitation system? Because it's a public health problem. If the toilets are not working, it becomes a public health issue. The other one is, can't we treat everything more closer to site so you don't have to start pumping things across vast differences? I'm seeing some of the kilometers, 42 kilometers to transfer from here to there. We've seen other countries. So South Africa is not alone in this. We've seen other countries like Belgium, and we've seen cities like in San Francisco where they're moving towards this because they realize that we don't have enough water, one, and to pump and move water around is very expensive. So they're looking at some of the decentralized things, and what they have to work out, and some of them have worked out, is the risk of reusing some of the water. We believe, just as my own opinion, that it needs to be a more national communication and a national strategy that everyone in South Africa would use less water, and we start looking at reuse of water, just like how they've done in winter. So that's my small input. I won't be long. So thank you for your for inviting me for some of these discussions. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see the doctor would like to add something to this as well.
Yes, good morning, members. Good morning, Minister, members of the Portfolio Committee and all protocol observed. I think what the DG has highlighted really gives us, after years of trying to get to this point, it really gives us a pleasure to be able to have the Portfolio Committee really hearing more about this alternative sanitation. It's really a good thing that South Africa is actually considered one of the leading role players in this area of alternative sanitation, in particular with focus on water efficient sanitation options. And over the last 10 years, a lot of work has taken place at the Water Research Commission in partnership with the Department of Science and Innovation under the National Innovation, as well as some of the funders of the work, which is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And we really had to get some of these technologies that were really IPs and internationally. And we had an opportunity over the last 10 years to test these technologies together with the University of KwaZulu-Natal and some consulting firms, as well as what we call our commercial partners. And indeed, we have made a test case, and we do have evidence that shows that these technologies are really able to work, able to save water. But more importantly, we also must consider areas such as what we've been talking about in the Limpopo area, or more specifically in the Northern Cape, where climatically there isn't enough water, where geologically the groundwater will not be sustainable. Therefore, these are the alternative solutions. Some of them are able to recycle and reuse the water. And there has been a lot of tests also around the health impacts, water sanitation and hygiene impacts in terms of utilizing this. But I think most importantly is that as we have been doing this scientific research, we were also able to test human experiences and gather information, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, where we tested this in a household and we tested this also in another setting in the home. And also what we have realized is that, South Africans just really are looking for service that is good and that gives them dignity. As part of the work that we are doing, we have also noted that there is an area in KZN where people are even looking at utilizing these alternative technologies as a service. So when I'm saying as a service, I'm talking like something like your DSTV, I think for easier understanding, where you'd have a service being provided to you, you are having safety, you are having dignity, but also you're paying for the service as you'd pay for your DSTV or for your phone. So I think we really are willing to also bring on board to the Portfolio Committee a more detailed presentation on the options, on how far we have come. But just also to say, currently, these technologies are also being imported out of South Africa, in Africa, and we have also done a lot of CSI work where these technologies have also been installed in rural schools and in schools where there's really been challenges. So we really appeal that there's more time, I think, provided for us to be really get into the details around this. I think most for the last part that I would like to say is that this also serves as an economic stimulus, where we're looking at potential manufacturing of these technologies here in South Africa, which would really create jobs, export opportunities globally, and also operation and maintenance jobs and training of new plumbers, as you'd call them, in terms of using this technology. So really research, development and innovation, it's the new way to consider where the options that you would like are not available. Our theme around the Water Research Commission is that we want to say sanitation experience must not be determined by the place where you were born and the circumstances surrounding your birth, but the experience must be that which is enshrined in the Constitution, that of dignity, and that making sure that we do not lose any more children in the state of some of these pit latrines that we have. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Can we now proceed to questions by members? Can I see hands, please? Honorable Motlala.
No, thanks so much, Chairperson. Let me greet the delegation from the Water Research Commission. Chairperson, because I think earlier when we started, they were not here. Chairperson, as a country, we have strong research capabilities with the Water Research Commission performing exceptionally well. However, our performance in terms of implementation has not been as successful as we are looking for. Chairperson, on May 2023, the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation went for an oversight in Free State. And we went there because we were told by the department and those that are overseeing the project that everything is done, all things are in order. When we arrived there, things were something else. There were a lot of issues that were happening there, Chairperson, as I can speak. The structures were built, but there was no the bulk infrastructure that are supporting the structures of toilets and everything. The sewage spillages were all over the place. And when we were asking questions, we were told about that there was issue of wrong planning, issues of not having reports, like the planning reports and everything. So that gave us problems, Chairperson, as the Portfolio Committee, because as things happens like that, there was issues of funds. I mean, the project monies that were end up being, irregular expenditures for unnecessary things, because you build a toilet, a supporting structure, and then at the end of the day, people come and vandalize the very same toilet that we have built, because there's nothing as an infrastructure that is going to support that. So we want to know now from the department, what did they do in terms of all those things? Did they hold people accountable? Was there any consequence management? It's surprising, Chairperson. You know, this department thinks that we must just come here, look at them and say that it's fine, let's proceed. Monies, taxpayers' monies have been wasted. We want to know what happened. Because letlamo o ka rena re santse re no amogela gore dilo di tsamaile gona ka mogodi tsamaileng ka teng. Go diragetseng. Re buildile di toilet, ajina di supporting structure. And we were told when we arrived there, gore the next year, March 2023, I think, when we arrived there, we were told that the deadline was supposed to happen on March 2023. We went on May. I mean, the time frame was March 2023. We went there, nothing happened. So we want to know what happened. Tell us as the department, what happened? What are we going to do? Consequence management and everything. Did you make people account for the wrongdoings of what they're supposed to do? The other thing, we're also promised to go to Northern Cape for an oversight. We never went there. And in the report of the department, we were told that in Northern Cape, only few villages are about everything is complete. They are just waiting for the happy letters. So today we are told here of us other deadlines to say that it will happen on this particular day. Actually, what is happening, Chairperson, let this department take us into confidence. The other thing is the issue of informal settlement versus formal settlements. We cannot treat this thing in isolation, Chairperson. The people that stays in informal settlement, sanitation. Sanitation to them is dignity. So, because it took us 20 years to deal with the issues of informal settlement, of formal settlement. What about the people that are staying in informal settlement? Every day they are living under those particular conditions of seeing a waste like that in a form of feces in their yard. What is the department saying about that thing? It's happening. You can go to Petrosville in Northern Cape, you'll find those issues. All townships and majority of informal settlement in the Northern Cape in Free State, they are living under those conditions. So what is the department doing to ensure that it deal with those issues as soon as possible, Chairperson? Lastly, Chair, with 5 different implementing agents having been involved in the bucket eradication program, how has this lack of consistency affected project timelines and outcomes? Can you provide specific example of where this has led to delays or failures in the Northern Cape and Free State? Chair, the decision to switch from VIP toilets to waterborne sanitation was based on community feedback. What steps have been taken to ensure that community needs are genuinely assessed and incorporated into future sanitation solution? And lastly, in terms of procurement issues, the Department of Water and Sanitation have faced procurement challenges, especially within its internal construction unit. What specific action are being taken to resolve these procurement issues to prevent further delays in the implementation of this project? Chairperson, time for speaking is over now. Let's make sure that we serve our people with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And thank you very much to Honorable Mhlala. This project that we are talking about, it came as a result of the 2012 audit. And it had a time frame. She's correct. However, the issue of the bucket system is it's a moving target. Whether planned or unplanned, the growing population, the growing of informal settlement, it also have its own challenges. That the mandate that was given to the department was to eradicate those that happened before 2012, as of 2012 audit. Beyond that, even to tomorrow, you might see new bucket system that has been put there because our people have in a particular land, in a particular setup, and they had to be assisted. But unfortunately, the easiest, so-called easiest manner, which is unacceptable, I agree with Honorable Mhlala, and is put up mainly by municipalities because there are people who are supposed to have sanitation where they are. Whether they came there legally or not is neither here nor there. So this is a moving target, as we have said. And the issue of a waterborne sanitation, it will not be possible at the rate in which the country is at in terms of the availability of water in the country. Hence, the question is very relevant that when it was we had to switch from the bucket system to the VIP system, what has happened? I think that question is very relevant. The delays that were there and that they were attended to, but what are the consequence management on those who were found to have flouted the processes? Allow me, chairperson of the committee and honorable members, to request the DG to come in and respond, because these questions, they need some specifics. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. You can continue.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to answer a couple of Honourable Moklala's questions, and then ask our DDG Rizimati to also come in, and also our Program Manager, our Chief Director for Sanitation, Andre van der Walt, to also come in. The first one is, Honourable Moklala, we agree with you that the program wasn't planned well at the beginning. And we agree with you that there were projects where toilets were installed, flush toilets were installed, when the bulk wastewater infrastructure wasn't in place. So we had to fix that when the program got given to DWS as it is today from the Department of Human Settlements. We had to address those issues. So we agree that was the case, and the fact that we then had to go and address those bulk issues and plan for them and design them and do the procurements for them is one of the main reasons why the whole completion has taken longer than expected. On the issue of consequence management, as we presented in our presentation, there's been this sanitation function, and this program has been in 4 different departments since it started. And the original lack of planning was done in another department, not in DWS. So it's difficult for us as DWS now to look at consequence management in another related to a lack of planning which took place in another department in 2012. Rizimati, would you like to add? And then Andre, could you come in and talk to some of the specific examples of delays that have occurred on projects due to the reasons we put in the slide, where we mentioned reasons such as high water tables, disruptions by business forums, contractual disputes, etc., and finding rock. Rizimati?
Thanks, DG. I don't want to add more on what you indicated. Yes, the portfolio committee then did a site visit or oversight visit to Free State, and it's good that Honourable Mohlala is speaking from the direct experience that the project was being implemented. Yes, there were a lot of construction activities going on. She actually observed that. But also, Chair, if they go to the presentation, in some of the pictures that the DG was showing at the end of the presentation, you would have seen some excavations, you would have seen some construction work. There's one picture which indicates the oxidation pond there. Now, the oxidation pond, it's a wastewater treatment facility which needs to contain all the storage that get flushed from individual toilets. Now, those infrastructures were dysfunctional. Those infrastructures were not in place. When the project was originally designed and planned, one can just say design or conceptualize, nobody paid attention, Chair, to the fact that you don't just replace a building structure of a toilet in whichever form, and then already you start flushing. Now, when the department took over, the back and forth that DG spoke about had a direct impact. Now, what the department is doing and why it's causing so many delays is because you are dealing with complex engineering assessment and designs while the project is on the ground. Now, it therefore defeats the proper planning or design of a project where you start by collecting data, did all the environmental studies, you did all the geotech studies, you start designing your pipeline, where it's going to run and all those things. You look at your wastewater facility, bulk of them, whether this needs to be upgraded, what size is that. This information was not in place. Now the department is currently doing this while the structures are actually on the ground, and hence the complexities of what Honorable Mhlala is saying on the ground. On the issue of happy letters, Chair, when toilet structures are finalized and the system is fully functional, it is a normal construction modeling that a happy letter is issued to the end user so that they accept the structure. Where toilet structures and facilities were completed, they are actually issued with a happy letter, and Andrew will clarify that matter. On the visit to Northern Cape, which Honorable Mhlala indicated, yes, the committee wanted to go and see Northern Cape, but due to traveling, there were some postponement that occurred, and they could not actually be able to visit Campbell. But it was not necessarily by the dealings of the department that the department did not want the portfolio committee then to visit Campbell. The site is still available, and arrangements through the current portfolio committee, if they want to do oversight, they can still be able to do such oversight. But I want Andre to clarify a few of the issues as well, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to the Chair, the Minister, Deputy Minister, and the Portfolio Committee members. Let me
Andre,
just,
can you just put on your, yeah, please, the members don't know you. And maybe just
right.
there you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I am on site as DG has indicated at the moment in the Free State. Maybe let me try and respond to one or two issues. Correctly so, when the project was conceived in 2012, the department, or at least when I joined the department, the project was already under implementation with the waterborne system being provided for these communities. Correctly so, some of the towns would have had some bulk services, and in other instances, the bulk services were inadequate, which means that it needs to be upgraded. For example, in Vicksburg and in Tokelan here, you will find that there is a pump station. But we, in order to articulate all the water to the wastewater treatment system, we have to develop or build a new pump station so that we can be able to take that waste into the water treatment systems. So yes, it's a mixed bag, Chairperson and Portfolio Committee members, that we found to deal with. So you could connect some, but it would not be adequate. And as DG has indicated, some will have to upgrade the wastewater treatment works to be able to allow for more effluent to enter the treatment system to be treated. What Member Mhlala is referring to, and I think we did indicate that when we went to the project, I think it was in Pieterstein that we visited. What we have indicated, Chen, part of the delays that we've experienced is that record keeping at local government level is very poor. Where existing water networks are running, where existing electrical cables are running, what kind of infrastructure is running across the town, and where we need to excavate, we then do come across some of these lines. When we were inquiring as to whether we can find existing plans to guide the construction process, many of these records were not found at the municipal offices. So the team has to basically work in the dark, excavate by hand, move very slowly so that we don't disrupt some of the existing services. And unfortunately, in that pursuit of excavating, we did damage some of the existing services because there's nothing to guide the team as to what is happening underground. So that, unfortunately, it's a very slow process. It takes time, but the records that we would have loved to have to assist the team was not available. And I think that's what Member Mhlala is referring to. However, the plans for the construction of the bulk services is available. That is what is guiding the contractor to build the required services. Now, the DG has indicated around the happy letter. A happy letter is only issued when the toilet is flushing, the household has accepted the structure in their yard. The municipality has accepted the work that's being done, together with a completion certificate. So when we have a happy letter, that means the project is complete. Correctly, again, in the report that we have sent to Portfolio Committee in 2023, did indicate the project of Campbell as being incomplete. I think at the time we did indicate that we were of the view, or our approach was to implement an alternative sanitation technology. There is something that was recommended to the department by the Water Research Commission. Minister Nkunu has then thought that perhaps we shouldn't go that direction and rather do a waterborne system for the town. And that's what the department is currently busy with. I just want to see what else is there. Yeah, unfortunately, also Chair and committee members, something that we do find a lot, that perhaps gives a rise to the sewer spillages, is when people flush foreign objects into their toilets. You do see that from time to time. It causes blockages, spillages into the manhole, into the street, which doesn't look very good. But also, Chair, when there is not sufficient water to flush our toilets, the sludge in the reticulation system gets dry at some point, and it also then causes some of the spillages that are taking place. So perhaps, yes, in some areas, waterborne is not the most ideal solution, and hence the department says that moving forward, we will then consider technical considerations as it is captured in the National Sanitation Framework, to say our choices will be based on other aspects rather than aspirations from communities. But there is a great feeling of communities to say that they also deserve waterborne sanitation. If a person in Sandton can flush and forget, why can't we? And the government just needs to bring the necessary services to them to experience that flushing experience. But Chair, as the DG has indicated, slow but steady progress is being made. I think we're in a much better position today than we were a year ago. And our quest is just to continue with the team on the ground, do what needs to be done so that we can work towards completing and handing over these projects, and then completing the current scope of work that we have set ourselves to complete. Thank you, DDG and DG, for that.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dictebe, questions from your side?
Yes, Chairperson, thanks once again to the Minister, Deputy Ministers, DG, team, WRC, colleagues. Chairperson, will we probably get the some samples of the technologies that the WRC referred to, so that we can, even if it's just imagery and some explanation as to how these work and so forth, or maybe the actual gadgets, if we can be given an opportunity to cite those. Now, with regards to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation funding of these technologies, is this for CSI purposes, or is it pure IP, with the result that we will then have to import these from companies linked to the family, etc. Now, I have seen, for example, the airlines have for some time been using this. They had no choice but to do so. If you look at the, if you on board an aircraft, you know, you use less water, and I've since seen some of these, for example, at the Goldfields Mall, where they have improvised and provided covers, so you don't have to do anything. Once you put that cover on, the toilet, some suction capabilities, and it flushes itself, thereby using less water. And some good examples are found here in Cape Town, in public places, hotels, etc., where the use of water at urinals, etc., is automated, and where you have got to wash your hands. That's also automated, or in some instances, the spout is like a faucet of a shower, and therefore you use much less water. Now, there's got to be many such interventions right across the country, even where we have waterborne sewage. But overall, the use of water, we've got to be very careful of that. I've just seen an article where the city of Cape Town is said to be, to be intent on curtailing use of water for about 8 hours in some parts of the city, or maybe, yes, that's something like that. So we will always be faced with that. Now, coming to the issue of somebody using waterborne sewage and another using alternative technology, I do think that financial incentives for people who use alternative technologies, will work wonders, especially if they can associate that with some financial incentives, but for as long as it provides or guarantees their dignity as humans. So, lastly, Chair, the issue that the minister referred to, I think as different parties, entities of government will have to work together. For example, there are voices that encourage people to settle illegally on land. And we do know that while, of course, that is illegal, at the same time, our constitutional jurisprudence is such that it protects people who do that. If after a certain period of time they're moved, then, the authorities have got to provide means for them to have whatever necessary facilities. So it is important that we do not just make demands, but also understand that there are corresponding responsibilities with regards to that. The last one, Chair, of the municipalities that have been mentioned, all of them are local municipalities. Could it be that the metros, and I'm mentioning here Mangaung in the Free State, which I know in Botshabelo and in Tabanchu, there are still lots of pit latrines, and in some instances, night soil buckets that are used. Are they not mentioned because of the USDG, or is there any other reason why that is? And now with the 70% upwards of completion rate, when do we expect that these will be completed, as is the case in the Northern Cape, just as we have certainty with the previous presentation with regards to the 31 villages? Now, in respect of the eradication of the bucket system, as per the deadline, or rather the study of 2012, when do we expect that these will be completed in those particular areas? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, in taking the questions which also have suggestions and recommendations from Honorable Ditebe, we will surely provide the best stories to tell in terms of dry sanitation, especially in the areas where there is scarcity of water. And the partnership has been with those who are coming up with these technologies, and in the deep rural schools, they are very user-friendly to an extent that when a child of a pre-primary school enters in that sanitation facility, there is no danger whatsoever, because we had to take into account what has happened with the pit latrines where most of learners perished. But allow me to invite Honorable Mahlobo and DG, as well as the doctor from the WRC, just to comment on this. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me comment after the DG and the CEO, Dr. Jennifer, have responded on the other technical matters through you, Chair and the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Department.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, the Gates Foundation work in this area is pure corporate social investment. There's no commercial motive from Gates Foundation. There's nothing to do with Microsoft or Bill Gates' involvement in that. It's this foundation that he set up for philanthropic work, which is looking not only in South Africa, but internationally and working in other developing countries as well, like India, for example, on more appropriate sanitation technologies. So there's no strings attached, in short, Honourable Member, to the support that we're getting from the Gates Foundation and in developing these technologies for in South Africa. Around the point made about financial incentives, if housing developments or individuals have on-site sanitation solutions, then they shouldn't have to pay the sanitation charge to the municipalities, which is currently part of your monthly services bill from the municipality. So that would be an immediate financial incentive that could be drawn on doing that's there for people as these technologies become better known and as it becomes more and more difficult to get approval to make new waterborne sewage connections. The financial incentives will be there for people to put in place on-site sanitation solutions. As the Honourable Member mentioned, there may be other areas, he mentioned some in my own, where there may be buckets, and he asked why we haven't included addressing those in the presentation. The answer is because this bucket eradication program had a very specific scope, which was as we indicated in the presentation, which was the buckets identified in the audits done by the Department of Human Settlements in 2012. As we report on progress with the program as defined by its initial scope, we're limited by that scope. But we agree with you, Honourable Member, that the limited scope of this program isn't going to eradicate buckets in South Africa altogether, and that other things are going to need to be done in addition to this program to eradicate buckets in areas not included in the scope of this particular program. We did put in slide 6, Honourable Member, we did put the completion dates. We indicated that for most of the projects, they'll be completed by December of this year, and then for 2 of them would be in 2 towns would be in March next year, the one project which is going to take longer because of the extent of the bulk is Campbell, where we said phase 1 will be completed in July 2025 and phase 2 in March 2026. So there on slide 6 is the projected completion dates. Thank you, Chair. Rizzi Marta, I don't know if you'd like to add.
Yeah, I think you have the reason has the outer date is because it's the new scope of toilets that we're implementing in that area. But you covered everything.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moore, you had your hand up. Are you covered?
Can I come through, Chair? Or you want to take the head first?
Deputy Minister, you're welcome.
No, Chairperson, I think we'll probably will need to find more time and discuss these issues because this one, like Honourable Titebe is raising, your Kutsabelo, the metros and others. This was a special intervention, Honourable Person, you'll remember. And the issue around sanitation is not a national government responsibility. And Minister, when she gave her budget vote and you supported us there, we need to have a serious discussion with municipalities and human settlement. Many of these municipalities, Chair, they continue to actually build top structures without the bulk services for sanitation. And in a number of communities, whether in Mpumalanga, whether Free State and everywhere, there are beautiful houses that have been built without the sanitation facilities, and the sewer is running into the street. And in some of the instances, the minister has been called from time to time to support these institutions. Then there's an issue of proliferation of unplanned human settlement and informal settlements, where a number of these municipalities, in a short space of time, they are deploying more buckets, whether in the Western Cape, in Cape Town, and elsewhere. Therefore, the idea that this institution that reports to the minister, called the Water Research Commission, it has other kind of sanitation technologies, which is non-SWAT systems, but they are also decent. They are also environmentally healthy, like they are using them at eThekwini and so forth. We'll be able to proceed and complete this task that is in front of you, that you are giving us an oversight. But on general, on our sanitation strategy and about norms and standards that all of us as a country, we must be able to follow, and how also we are going to actually deal with the issues of using management of sludge to create gas, to create issues of fertilizers and others as a circular economy, is one of the issues, Chairperson, that at a particular point, we'll have to come back to you to discuss issues of innovation, but also issues of norms and standards that we must comply with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Yeah, Minister, you're correct. As long as water and sanitation is in the name of the department, public outside and municipalities would think it's the work of the Department of Water and Sanitation and not the work of COCTA. But I agree with you, Deputy Minister. We will have to explore this further in the future. Honourable Moore, your hand was up. I'm not sure whether you covered and whether I can go on to Honourable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair. I think the point of emphasis here is almost what the Deputy Minister has covered from the Portfolio Committee, is that we wish to see the completion of these projects as soon as technically possible. I think that's the message that we're just trying to put across the meeting, so that we think it's been too long and this thing must just be settled. And my question to the Minister will really request a little bit of indulgence, Chair, says in form of a smaller preamble, that we have sustainable development goals. We are affected by the goal number 6, which calls for the universal access to safe and affordable drinking water, sanitation, and I'm emphasizing, and hygiene, which normally falls within the cracks, but also ending the open defecation by 2030. But also the National Development Plan, again, clearly defines the role of departments in as far as that is concerned. And here is in terms of the development of infrastructure, which is the responsibility, in as far as water and sanitation is concerned, then it comes the responsibility of the Department of Water and Sanitation. And again, it emphasizes the sustainable development goals, but it says even beyond the 2030. And we would then expect that the Water Master Plan will then have an expression of both the SDGs and the National Plan development. Now, my question, Minister, is that having observed the regression in the water and sanitation targets, which impacts negatively on Goal 6 of the SDG and Priority 4 of the NDP, what mechanism is your department employing to address this gloomy situation, that is the regression experience in terms of, like I said, Goal 6 and Priority 4 of the SDG and NDP respectively? And lastly, would like, through you, Chair, to request the department to come and make a presentation to the portfolio committee on the mechanism that they are going to use to hold this phenomena of regression in as far as water and sanitation targets are concerned. I fully understand and embrace the fact that we are talking moving targets to the extent of the population growth and establishment of a new settlement. To that extent, we are together there. But in as far as historical ones are concerned, we believe that work must be done and such projects must be through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, let me thank Honorable Aramaila. Indeed, we are regressing in terms of achieving goal 6 of SDG. Not because it's out of our making. We don't want to run with the ball. How do we ensure that we adhere to achieve SDG goal 6? Exactly what Honorable Mahlobo was saying, that this project that we are dealing with, the one that we are accounting with, it was only commissioned for 2012 as per the audit. What we see now is a lot of new bucket systems that are being rolled over. And therefore, that suggestion that was saying, yes, the chair of the portfolio committee say, as long as your middle name is sanitation, you will be liable to respond on issues that are not in your purview. And the provision of sanitation, human settlement, COPTA and local municipalities are supposed to do that. However, we cannot shift that responsibility. We must also play, as a department, our oversight role in ensuring that the departments who have been allocated that mandate within their budget, they play their role. I will request the Honorable Mahlobo to come in, as well as Honorable Sihlulo. Thank you.
No, Chairperson, thank you. I think Minister have covered Honorable Comrade Stan. One of the things we are raising, the issues of SDGs. South Africa has made a lot of progress, especially on SDG number 6. You will recall, as we stand now, we're above 90% access to water, and we're above 84% access to sanitation. But then there have been issues of decline. The access to 90%, when Minister gave the budget vote and supported by DMC Klul and myself, we indicated that we're the first to admit that it does not necessarily mean there are no people who still don't have water for months and some years and some for weeks. And the minister said there are certain things we're doing. One of the things we're doing is to ensure that the country does not run out of water. That's why there are a number of bulk infrastructure projects, a number of them that were delayed. The DG came in working very hard. You look at Glenn Williams, Zimvubu, you name all of them, and being supported by yourselves as a portfolio committee, we could see now that the issues of water security is an important matter to deal with the issues of meeting our developmental goal. It's an important matter that bulk infrastructure must be available. I'll not go to those details. But the second issue is a management problem by water services authorities. You could see that the issues of availability or reliability, it has declined to close to 68%. In one municipality where minister is intervening in terms of Section 63, you go to a municipality called, for an example, Mfuleni. they lose water to 72%. In other words, the availability of water is actually below 30% in that municipality. You go to a tag when you look at that thing. This ministry gave you a leadership, what we can call them drop reports. The drop reports are an indicator of the performance of our country's water system, whether drinking water, whether the management of effluent and the losses. And the biggest effort is being made around to address those issues in terms of support. That's why the reforms that we talk about around who then get to be a water service provider of choice, it must be a licensed authority, whether it's a municipality itself, whether it's a utility, whether it's a water board. And these are the reforms that will urge you as our leaders and people's representatives to support them, so that at least we can be able to deal with these particular issues. And the minister came in because there was a strong view that she wants to take over, but they are appreciating that is a collaborative effort around Section 78, the implementation capabilities, whether we use concession, SPVs, other municipalities and others. It's the biggest reform because if we don't change our implementation model, there's going to be problems, At the very same time, in terms of implementation, those that are failing, we are using the instrument of intervention. That's why you're discussing Giyani earlier on. We discussed Pretoria, which is Swane. We discussed eThekwini. There's a presidential working group there. You discuss a number of municipalities where we're actually dealing with the issue so that we can achieve our imperatives. But then there's an issue of funding. The issue of funding is that the existing monies or resources that are available in the state, they must be used much better, much better. That's why Minister Majodina is calling for water as an income stream to be treated as a trading entity, including electricity, where the monies that are existing in the system, they get to be ring-fenced, because our experience over the last 30 years, they are being actually used for miscellaneous. And the biggest amount that comes from water sales is not being reinvested back into the system so that the asset can be in a good condition and then you can sweat the asset. That's why the issues of O&M, we should not be discussing them. Because if municipalities, they ring-fence the money, most of the quantum goes back into water infrastructure management. We should not be having problems. Then the issues around the issues of skills. Then the ministry now, working on what President said, the role of private sector, public partnership is an important issue so that we'll be able to find the money that is not available in the state. That's why your Valcha Mahara them in the Northern Cape, you can be able to count what TCTA is doing, your only funds management model, where you come from, Comrade the Honorable Stan, in Skukune until Mokhalakwen. These are the mechanisms that we can be able to find the money that we could do. Additionally, the minister is going to be rolling out now a program to have a South Africa's company called the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency that will be owned in terms of shareholding by the minister on behalf of our people. TCTA is not a new entity, it's them, and then our trading account and construction unity will then be at the backbone of forming this entity, ring-fenced, go to the market, reduces issues of risk. We plan there, mobilize resources using our own balance sheet. We are addressing the question to say money, where the money will come from. We must also deal with the question of the behavior of users. The user pay principle is the most important issue. There are many people who don't want to pay for water. But we're not saying that they are paying for water, but their input cost. That's why when you look at your issue around the chemicals, issues of electricity that are being put in, to have an independent economic regulator then, we want to deal with the question of affordability. But at the very same time, we also want to deal with the issues of sustainability. These are some of the plethora of issues that we are dealing with to address the issue. South Africa will not be on the finishing line. But in Africa, I can assure you that South Africa will be much closer there. The private sector will play a role. The state will still be in a position to do whatever it needs to do. That will be the summary of some of the issues that we needed to do. But I'm very confident that the National Water Resource Strategy, the National Water and Sanitation Master Plan, and what we presented as a program for the Government of National Unit around the water issues, we are indeed on track, but working with yourselves. And in South Africa, as I was saying, one of the biggest problems we are trying to deal with over these days now, Minister, she's going to be shutting down the tunnel in Lusut. You know, if that tunnel is not shut down, we will have a biggest problem, bigger than ESCOM around ONM, and how the systems are being managed. You could see even ourselves were maintaining our own systems. The last point is a question of citizens. They can't use water, and their relationship with water is in such a way that there is no consciousness and some level of discipline to say we cannot waste water, we're a water-scarce country, and even our issues of experience on how many liters a person takes per day is still very alarmingly high. But we had instances where we're under pressure in Cape Town, Nelson Mandela Bay, we're able to change our behavior. These other issues yourselves are speaking about, public facilities like Honorable Deputy Tebe saying, how are we using water? How are we separating wastewater and raw water? How do we use it for gardening and other things? Those are some of the plethora of challenges, but let's find time so that you can be monitoring us. Are we on track in terms of the NDP? Are we on track in terms of the SDGs? But also Vision 2063, which is Africa's vision around the question of water. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I see Deputy Minister Setolo has left the platform. Dr. Mwatwa, did you want to say something? I hope I pronounced your surname correctly. Was there still something you would like to add? And then I will conclude with this sitting for now.
Okay. Can you allow me a quick follow-up, Chair, after him?
Let's first get the doctor to reply quickly.
Yes, I think thanks, Chair. Chair, what we were not able to answer then, I think there was a question around experiences and acceptability of these technologies. And I think, Chair, I have highlighted that as part of the technical program, we are also running a parallel social research project around that. And Chair, there has really been a lot of acceptance just of specific focus, Chairs, that the one school that we actually have demonstrated at in Kagiso in Soletsegache, they have recorded a high level of increase in kids attending, particularly young girls, which reduced the absenteeism that girls may experience, obviously due to being on their periods and stuff like that. We also found that there was a lot of protection from the community around the system, the toilets themselves, where they're really appreciating what the children are getting. And I think that that was, but also that specific one, Chair, I think it's also quite important to highlight, and I'm supposed to brief the minister later on today about it, but Chair, it won the international award at the International Water Association for the best technology, which is going to change the market in sanitation. So that's just the few that I just wanted to add. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mahila, this would be your last chance, and then I want to conclude the meeting before 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Long as you can maybe round up what I've proposed, that we need a presentation at the Portfolio Committee in as far as the proposed reforms are concerned. I know the DG also hinted to this many times, and the Minister and so on. Can we have that presentation? Can we also have a presentation on the Water and Sanitation Master Plan so that we are clearly able to understand how the Water and Sanitation Master Plan are addressing the SDGs and the National Development Plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, we can include that. Please take note of the request so that we can look at adding this into our program. Honourable members, thank you very much for a very long session. I know it's not concluded yet. We will continue at 1800 this afternoon or this evening with the National Treasury and Amatola, the presentation on Amatola Water Board. So thank you very much for the participation this morning, and see you then later today on the same platform with the same link that has been sent to us at 1800 hours. Thank you, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you for a great meeting, Chair. Bye.